Welcome everybody to the meeting of the working group on the status of libraries in Vermont on the topic of staffing. Today is July 22nd. It is 9:03 and I'm calling this meeting to order. My name is Catherine Delnau. I am the chair of the working group on the status of libraries in Vermont. And I'm going to do just a quick roll call of our working group members. So when I say your name, if you're here, please say present or here or indicate that you're with us. All right, I'm going to go alphabetically by last name because that'll help me keep in order. So Meg Allison.
Not seeing her yet.
Okay. Maria Avery.
I am here.
Great. Jeanette Bear.
Yo.
Thank you, Jeanette. Denise Hersey.
Here.
Christopher Kaufman Ilstrom let us know that he's coming today, but that he'll likely be a little bit late. We had heard that from Andy also, Andy Kolovos, but I see Andy here.
Yep, I'm here. I was having trouble getting through the barriers Teams was setting up, but it all worked out.
Wonderful. Thanks for joining us. I also heard from Kelly McCagg that she'll be a late arrival today, but does plan to join us. I'm going to go back to the top because I think if I call Meg Allison's name at this point, that we'll hear from her. Meg, are you here?
I am. I have terrible Wi-Fi, so I'm sorry, but I'm here.
Don't be sorry. We just got started. You're right in the roll call. You're good. Let's see. I heard from Karen McCalla that she is at Space Camp, so I want to hear more about that when she gets back from Space Camp. But as part of her award this year, she's off at Space Camp with other teachers of the year. Susan O'Connell.
I'm here.
Great. And Wendy Sharkey.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Let's see. So I want to also, for folks who are going to be here for the full meeting, and just folks from the Department of Libraries, I'd like to call on you to also let us know that you're here so that Jessie Dahl, who's taking our minutes, can record those present. So Jessie, you're here.
I'm here. Yes.
Wonderful. Tom McMurdo.
Hi, good morning. Happy to be here on a beautiful hot Friday.
Thanks, Tom. Jeanette Schaefer.
Yep. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Our intrepid tech supporter, Josh Muse.
Hi all. Thanks for coming, and look forward to the meeting.
April Shaw. But I just saw her.
I'm here.
There she is. Great. And I'm noticing a couple other consultants on the call right now, in no particular order. Lauren Kelly.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning, Lauren. And I see Jonathan Clark is here.
Good morning.
Jonathan. We have one, if you're wondering, I think this VitLib in person, that's Josh Josh has set up a computer station. It's not another individual who's at the meeting, but unnamed. That's the workstation that's set up so people could come here to 60 Washington Street to our department if they needed to use technology. We've just set up that room for members of the public to be here or for presenters, just in case anybody needs it. We haven't heard anyone needs it, but we just thought it's a good idea to set that up for folks and we've advertised that as part of the meeting noticing. I also noticed that we have another, I think that the only person who's here who hasn't been greeted is Patty Genadio. Is that correct? Patty, are you able to unmute? Okay,
Hi, yeah, it's Genadio, Patty Genadio.
Genadio. Thank you. And Patty, are you from a specific library? Are you a member of the public?
I'm a member of the public.
Okay.
I used to work at a Vermont Public Library, and that's what my testimony addresses my time there. I'm currently volunteering at a different library.
Great. Thanks for introducing yourself and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're done with our roll call. I'll check in the others as they arrive, and we'll try to make sure that folks know that they're here when they join us. So I'm going to just briefly review our agenda today. So we'll be having general public comment. Then we'll move to approval of the minutes from our May 20th, 2022 meeting of the working group. Then we'll hear a report from Department of Library staff on the subject of staffing, and Josh Muse is going to share some information with us. And then we'll move into our first of 3 sections where we'll hear comments from members of the library community, the Vermont public, whoever. So we'll have that from 10:15 to 11. We've planned a brief recess from 11 to 11:15. And then we'll pick up with our second session of testimony from the community. That will be an hour long with 4 folks presenting. Then we'll move into our midday meal recess, which will take place from 12:15 to 1:30. And then we'll have the third and final testimony from the community with the 2 remaining folks. After that, we will move to agenda item 12, which will be the discussion of the working group. And we've reserved roughly an hour for the working group to sort of digest what we've heard today and the written testimony we've received. I do want to share in the chat, just in case, probably everybody who's here knows where this is, but just so if anybody joining us knows how to get there. This first URL that I've shared is the working group's website. And then I'm also going to share the link to the testimony that we've received in advance of the meeting on staffing today, and all of the other testimony on the other topics as well. Okay, so now I'm gonna move on to agenda item number 2, which is changes to the agenda. I want to check in with members of the working group. Does anyone have any, now that you've heard what the agenda will be, does anyone have any recommendations for changes to the agenda or additional topics that you want to make sure we discuss today? Probably in that last hour. Hearing none. Oh wait, Denise, did you have a?
No, I just switched. I switched to my computer from my iPad for the meeting, so sorry.
No worries. Great, thank you. So if any of the working group members have any suggestions to changes for the agenda, let me know now. Going once, going twice. Hearing none, we'll move into general public comment, which is the third agenda item. Does anyone here have general public comment on the topic of staffing? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move into our next item of the agenda, which is a report from Department of Library staff on the subject of staffing. And we have with us he's already been introduced to you as our intrepid tech support helper for this meeting, but Josh is wearing multiple hats today. And one of the things that Josh does in his role as a technology consultant is to oversee the gathering of all of the data that we report to the Institute of Museum and Library Services through our public library survey. Oh, hang on a second. Jesse has just pinged me. I jumped a key thing on the agenda. I'm so glad that you're here to keep us honest. Minutes. Thank you, Jesse. I'm so sorry. I was so eager to hear from Josh that I jumped over minutes. So let's now look at our minutes from the May 20th meeting on technology. We have draft minutes that were posted online, and the working group was made aware of them. So I wanted to ask working group members, do you have any recommendations for revisions or edits or changes to the minutes? I actually have something that our team caught, Jesse caught, that she had misspelled a name under number 3, public comment with the timestamp of 7:45. Says Jeanette Bear responded to Howard Barrows. It should say that Jeanette Bear responded to Howard Burrows. So changing the A to a U. That's the one edit that we have. And then up at the top and testimonials, also we need to change it to Howard Burrows, not Howard Barrows. Up there, I see that as well. Are there any other changes that anyone wants to suggest or comments from anyone on the minutes? Does anyone want to move to approve the minutes with that revision to Mr. Burrows' name to correct the spelling?
I will break my habit, and I would like to move that we accept the minutes with those amendments made to it.
Thank you, Wendy. Does anyone want to second that?
I'll second that. That's Susan O'Connell.
Oh, thank you, Susan. I was looking in the wrong area, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. So we've got a motion by Wendy, it's seconded by Susan. All in favor? And just to clarify, we're just the members of the working group should be voting on this. I think we all know that, but just in case anybody present really was excited to vote on the minutes. We've got to volunteer for the working group for that honor. So all working group members in favor of approving the minutes with that change from Howard Barrows to Howard Burrows in those 2 locations, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. The minutes have passed. Thank you for coming on board and taking those minutes, Jesse, as one of your first activities. We really appreciate your support of the working group. And you did a great job with that. And just so folks know, anybody who didn't attend last time, you might, if you were just looking at our minutes, you would notice a change in the style of the minutes. In order to get the minutes out promptly within 5 days of the meeting, the working group in our last meeting determined that we would have the minutes reflect key actions taken by the working group as they must per open meeting law, and that we would have, since the testimony and the whole entire meeting is recorded and posted online, that the minutes would include timestamps so people could go back and hear directly the testimony from folks rather than summarizing, rather than paraphrasing it or transcribing. If these are minutes, not a transcription, and the working group had determined that was the direction that we would move forward with. So I just want to mention that because these might seem different if somebody were looking at the prior meeting's minutes. And now we are going to move on to agenda item 5, and we're going to welcome Josh Muse, who is a technology consultant at the Department of Libraries. Josh has generously pulled together some information that we have at our disposal here at the Department of Libraries, information that we share with the Institute of Museum and Library Studies, and Josh will provide more context for that. But today he's going to share some information and statistics, some data points around staffing with us. So I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and thanks everybody for making time for me to do a little presentation. So we basically are I'm going to do sort of an overview of some of the stats that we have access to that are relevant to staffing. Let me just jump ahead. All right, so we are, sorry, Teams is doing the thing where the screen is tiny and now I can't read it, but we'll be fine. Actually, sorry, I just need to adjust. Apologies. Nope. There we go. Okay. All right. So basically, in terms of stats that we have access to, there are some that we have an enormous amount of. The annual report we've been running for many years at this point, and we have every year somewhere between 150 to 165 libraries, public libraries respond. So we have a lot of data there, which covers things like total staff hours, total employee expenses, a lot of more general information about the libraries, you know, how much they're open, what their revenues are, what the populations are, things like that. So in some respects, we have a ton of information. Other things we have significantly less info for. I'm thinking of specifically school librarian information and especially academic librarians. We don't have a lot of statistical info, or let me phrase it, we don't currently have a lot of statistical info. It's possible that there are things out there that we can that you can point us to, but at the moment we don't have a lot. There's other numbers that the report doesn't ask about at all for the public library report. For example, we know how many hours people have worked, but we don't know how many staff exist because that doesn't get asked. There's other numbers that seem like they could be useful for us down the line that we just don't have because of the way the surveys are set up. And quickly, rather than showing you every stat that exists, because that could take 8 hours and might put literally everyone to sleep, we're going to try to do a kind of quick, what's the sort of stuff that we have, so you'll know what you have access to when you start making further decisions and coming up with suggestions. Okay, so jumping ahead. All right, so first off, we have some information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And, oh, come on, is it really gonna? Okay. So Bureau of Labor Statistics does a report. Sorry, Teams is being persnickety with me. It does okay. So it does a report on basically how many librarians are per capita are in a given state. It uses this number called, and this is what the maps you're looking at is, something called location quotient, which is basically how many would be the average amount of librarians to have per capita in a state, and how many would be high or low. So Vermont has, also I should say, they stick together basically librarians and media specialists. So everybody predominantly who is working as a librarian in an academic, public, or school setting all gets into one bucket. Then they have two separate buckets, which are library technicians and library clerical assistants. So those are the maps that we're looking at right here. You'll note on the left, which is librarians and media specialists, we're in the red. We actually have the highest amount per capita in the country. So what that means is the Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that there are 2.23 librarians or media specialists per 1,000 people in Vermont. That is the highest number in the country. Then jumping to library technicians or clerks, we have 1.15 per 1,000 people in the country. That's basically the national average. We're give or take just a smidge ahead or below. You can go and dig into the Bureau's site and see a bunch of other interesting information if you don't mind digging a little bit. So that's the starting point, is that by this metric, we have what we're sort of first place and then roughly average. So what I will say, hold on, is how does the Bureau get these numbers? It's a little bit Byzantine, like many things in the federal government, but they basically do a sample of about 1 million businesses in the country over a 3-year period, and then they do a sort of close-in panel on a certain number of those businesses, and from that they create an estimate to come up with these numbers. So, which is why maybe many of us didn't hear anything about it, because that's not how the survey is structured. It's not, they don't ask everyone, they get an estimate. But so that's basically that. Let's jump ahead. Oh, what was I? There was, yes, okay. Sorry, there's a point on this one that, so we are in first place. I suspect that that number is impacted by 2 things. This is my suspicion. It doesn't actually, this isn't like their findings or anything. It's impacted by, 1, the large number of part-time staff that we have in the state, because it does not make a difference. It's not asking about full-time or part-time. It's just asking about staff members. And additionally, the large number of libraries that we have, both public and school in the state per capita. So I think both of those probably impact these numbers. All right. So if anybody on the working group has questions as we go through, feel free to chime in, or we'll have questions at the end, either way. Okay. Oh, sorry. So this is focusing on the librarian half of it, to which we are well represented in. We have more per capita than anyone. In general, as you look at the map, the somewhat rural states are represented a little bit better. I think that's not super surprising. But places, the other high states are Alaska, Louisiana, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Not that those are rural states, but if you look at the red, options, that's what we're seeing. So that is librarians. We're going to jump to the next slide. This is library technicians and library clerical assistants. The numbers are pretty similar for both, and they are just about average. We're for the national average. From there, the next thing that Bureau of Labor Statistics gives us is wages. So they break wages into the same thing for both groups. For librarian and media specialists, the wages they show for, and this is from, let's see, 2021 is the last stats that they have out and distilled yet. So for librarian media specialists, it's 56,950, which is pretty close to the national average. It's, I believe, just a smidge over, but very close. For library technicians and clerical assistants, they are 38,610 and 34,023. I can talk about the differences in those titles if you're interested, but in general, those 2 are slightly below the national average. Not hugely, but are slightly below. Again, that may have to do with the prevalence of part-time positions in the state. But let's see. But again, they don't give a background on that. That's just a statistic. I will say, let's see. Related to that, this number doesn't make any allowance for cost of living. So cost of living in Vermont, obviously higher than average. And we are, let's see, did we talk about that? So higher than average. Let me jump one ahead because we talked about that a bit. And here we see the same thing for the map for media specialists, in which case we are less well represented. But we checked on cost of living, and we are, let's see, we have the 10th highest cost of living in the country, according to let's see, according to, well, we have some stats on that, but basically, if you're curious, the lowest cost of living in the country is Mississippi. The highest is Hawaii. The average number, so we are 10th in that. So no allowances for that in the numbers that are in the wages that are listed. So we're going to jump from wages to a information on school library staff. This is shared by Peter Langella. He is referencing it as part of his testimony, but now that I know it exists, I pulled out some of the numbers to just to make a quick chart. So this is talking about the full-time equivalent teachers and staff up until 2021 in Vermont schools. This is using, so this document is put out by Department of Education. There's a URL on it, and we can share that out if people are interested. So what we're seeing is in blue, the bottom part of the bars is librarians, and orange, top of the bars, is support staff. So you may be able to tell that there is a small dip to the librarians over the years, from the beginning all the way back till 2021, but there's more significant dip in the staffing for support staff. And those of you who work in schools or work with schools may not be super surprised by that statistic, but that's it's a nice graphic of exactly the changes over time. All right, we're going to jump ahead. The next one is from the same document. It also tracks wages. So we see wages both for average wages for librarians in Vermont. Average wages for school librarians in Vermont. We're still looking at schools, and for their support staff, and the changes over time in the last 10 years or so. So that's basically what we have for school librarians. So now I'm jumping to public librarians. So first off, we have, this is an overview of how libraries, how many staff given libraries have, what percentage. So, so in this case, the bottom of the chart is public libraries who have 0 to 20 hours of staffing time a week. And then we go up 21 to 40, 41 to 80, 81 to 160. They're not, the breaks aren't even because I was trying to get somewhat even in the percentages of libraries that are in these categories. So the thing that you will see is this will, actually, oops, sorry. This is not going to be a shock to y'all, but certainly we skew towards the lower end of staffing levels in libraries. But so the next chart is a little bit harder to parse, but it is, oh, I changed colors, unfortunately. So this is comparison with the national averages. This is using information from IMLS. It's using 2019, which is the last information IMLS has sort of distilled. So from that, basically we can see that we skew, so we're the orange line, whereas the blue line is the national average. We see no real surprise, but we see that we skew significantly smaller than the national averages for public libraries and the amount of staffing that they have. Again, not super surprising, but some of the numbers we have. So we are going to jump ahead. Did I have a point that I want to make here? No. Okay. All right. So a couple more points about using the IMLS data. Again, the IMLS data is a few years behind because they sort of work through the data, do a lot of work making it the best they can and getting findings. So we're looking at the 2019 data here. It also precedes the pandemic, so it doesn't have some of the weirdness that the 2020 and 2021 data has. But first off, according to IMLS, Vermont is 9th in total paid staff hours per capita. Again, we have 16.33 full-time equivalents because that's the number that they use. per 25,000 people. What does that mean? Ohio is first, Georgia is lowest. It means that we are, again, per capita, we're fairly well represented, and that's sort of a consistent theme through all these numbers. Again, another stat you can pull out of this is what percentage of total librarian hours have an MLS or an MLIS. We rank 45th in that case. We have 31% of total librarian hours have an MLS or MLIS. If you're interested, Georgia is the highest with 100%. Mississippi is lowest with, oops, sorry, that should have been a percentage, 18%. However, caveat on this, and this will come up a little bit later, IMLS's definition of a librarian is very vague. So whether someone is a librarian or other staff can be, sort of depends on what definition is used internally. So for example, I think, additionally, some states have more requirements about whether staff have an MLS at a given library. So that's why Georgia has 100% because of the way things are structured, and I suspect that's why Mississippi's is so low. But still, some context to that. Okay, so now we're going to start looking at our own data. This is stuff from our public library annual report. So it may include some data that we have given to IMLS, but it's also some questions that we ask on our own. So this one, this is a chart that we put together that fields puts two separate pieces of data and sticks them together. First one is median total paid staff hours for reporting libraries. So, for example, in 2021, our median number is 50. So the median library of all of them had 50 staff hours per week. Next, the number is the total staff salary expenses. So this is everything that was spent on staff at a median library. It doesn't include benefits. That's a separate category, just salary. So you can do a very basic calculation, and this is a super rough estimate. By dividing salary by total hours, you can come up with this hypothetical number that is what's the average pay per hour. I say it's a rough estimate because the way that these work, the total paid staff hours is regular hours for an average week, a normal week. So it generally doesn't include subs, whereas total staff salary includes everybody that you paid money to. So it does include subs. So I suspect these rough estimates are a little bit high, but they do show you over time what's happened over the last 10 years with rough estimate salary, hourly pay for staff. Okay, so we're going to keep moving through some calculations. All right, so this is another sort of general one. The number of weekly staff hours broken into these 4 categories. And these are, again, because of the public library annual report, the way it's composed, people are broken into librarians who have an MLS or MLIS, librarians who have a public library certificate. Obviously, that's a state question. Other librarians, so librarians who have neither of those, and then what is actually called other staff, but is library technicians, library clerks, pages, other people who were paid through the library budget. So we have, based on those numbers, we show that roughly 30% of staff hours go to other librarian technicians, clerks, pages, other staff. Next highest is librarians with a certificate, which is almost a quarter. Librarians with an MLS, which is just over 22%, and then other librarians, which is just a smidge over 22% as well. But that gives you a general gist, and again, we're only talking about public libraries here, but a general gist of what types of staff are getting the hours, or make up the hour divisions. All right, so and moving ahead. Okay, so trying to figure out what determines, what controls how many staff hours are in a library. I think that's sort of one of the key metrics, and it varies dramatically between libraries, as you well know. So there's a couple different ways to kind of try to analyze it and figure out what controls it, what is most directly related to it. So this one shows by population. We're using our population breakdowns that we've been using for years, which is under 1,000, 1,000 to 2,500, 2,500 to 5,000, and above 5,000. And all case populations are your service area. Service area is towns, basically towns that provide tax support to you. So if you have your central town, but you may have other towns around that are also supporting you and providing for patrons from those towns, those are included in your service area. So what we see here is that library revenue, by and large, is in fact, turns out to be, and we'll show this later, the best metric of how many staff hours you have. That's sort of a chicken and the egg. We'll talk about that in a second, because most of the cost to libraries is staffing costs. So is it that your revenue has to be high because you have more staff, or do you have more staff because your revenue is high? That's a thing that we can discuss. But so that's, yes, so they're broken into size. We can see that that's a pretty good indicator of where people are at, both for revenue and for staffing. So next, here's a little one about slightly more complicated one, comparing population, but also municipal and incorporated. And as you might guess, there are some differences between the two, but in general, they are roughly in line with one another. You will see, so there are a few interesting things here. They are roughly in line with each other at certain levels. The staffing is a little bit different, but is not out of the realm. The differences are particularly pronounced at the libraries above 5,000. So the biggest libraries, incorporated and municipal. Their staffing levels are not hugely different. Sorry, I should have explained this. The blue bars are staffing, total staff hours per week. The orange line is total revenue. So we see when we compare libraries over 5,000 that staffing is not that different, but total revenue is dramatically different. You can do with that what you will, but that's I'd say that's the most telling thing on this chart. We also see the statewide median, which is on the left. That's the blue bar. The total revenue is about equivalent to the blue bar, so you can see that it's the larger libraries, by and large, are above the median. Lower libraries are below the median. Not super surprising on that front. Let's see. I am going to start moving a little bit quicker because I think that is necessary. Okay, so what we've done here is basically comparisons. Try to figure out what influences staffing the most dramatically, and what does staffing influence. Again, I'm going to try to jump through them more quickly. So this is, does library revenue affect weekly staff hours? As I suggested earlier, that is the most direct relationship. Each of these, this is a scatter chart showing all the libraries who reported and showing a trend line. The trend lines are roughly estimates. Some of them are better than others. You will see in the upper right-hand corner a number that is so you see a number that is somewhere between 1 and 0. The closer it is to 1, the better the trend line, that line that you're seeing right there, the more accurate that it is, the better that it predicts it. In this case, it's 0.95, which means it's a very good fit between the more dollars that you get in library revenue, the more hours that you tend to have. Again, there's this bit of a chicken and the egg to this, but it shows you this. If you want to know how many staff hours the library has, you look at their revenue, that's your best bet. Okay, so we are, let's see, is it gonna, there we go. Okay, so because we have a few big libraries that are outliers, in all these cases, I made a smaller detail that shows you the majority of the libraries fall into this area. And it's just a visual, it gives you a better sense for what libraries have. As you can see from that chart, the it's a pretty, the trend line is pretty good. It shows you generally has a pretty good, captures the sort of is the relevance of this number and how they're related. Some of the other ones I'll show you are not as related, but I don't want to, no spoilers. But yes, okay, so jumping ahead. So the next one is population versus staff hours. So again, I told you about how population is determined. So there in some cases, but I mean how it was determined. So we see that this is a pretty good relationship with pretty good relationship between the revenue and, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Pretty good relationship between population and staff hours. 0.7, let's see, sorry, of course I can't read it because my print is too small. 7.5, which is, so it's good, it's not great. So population will start to give you some idea of what level of staff hours a library has, but it's not exact. There are definitely variations in individual libraries on what some towns have more staffing, some towns have less staffing, even if they have an equivalent level of population. So particularly in the right, you see the chart. The chart is a lot more scattered than the revenue chart. There are more examples of libraries who are further off the trend line. And again, these trend lines are very rough estimates, especially as we go along. They're not a right amount. They're kind of a general average to give you a visual idea. So we'll jump ahead from here. Okay, how does population influence open hours? So you'll see that population and open hours, doesn't directly do staffing, but I think it is it's a relevant one. So 0.6 is the findings on here. The relationship between population of a town and the open hours of a library. 0.6 is not great. It shows some level of relationship between the two, but certainly not a totally direct one. And again, I don't think that this is a huge surprise to people. There are definitely variations. Population in Vermont is not the only defining factor of what a library's funding, staffing, open hours, etc. look like. I will show the detail on this one. Yes, so you can see the detail shows that people are kind of all over the place. There are definitely people who are significantly below and above the trend line. So there are libraries who are open dramatically more than average for their population, and I'll say dramatically less than average on their population. So population is not, so there's not as direct relationship here. Okay, jumping ahead. We have open hours versus staff hours. This seemed like a little bit of a no-brainer, that how many library hours your library is open in a week compared to how many hours of staff you have in a week seemed like it should be a pretty good relationship, but it is not. In fact, the relationship is a 0.5 relationship, again, where 1 is almost is a direct relationship and 0 is no relationship. You can, in theory, have a negative relationship, but we don't have any stats that show that. 0.5 is not great in terms of the relationship. It's not as direct a relationship. Sorry, when I say not great, I don't mean to imply that it's bad. I'm sorry, that there's something wrong. It just means that this is not a good indicator for it's not a good relationship. It's not a good way for figuring out who has what open hours. So let's do the detail. Detail shows that there's a pretty broad range of libraries and their relationship between open hours and staff hours. So it's not a direct relationship. There are a lot of libraries who are skewed one way or the other. Let's see. Okay. We will jump ahead. Staff hours and annual visits. So this is this seemed like an interesting one. So in a sense, so the more staff hours that you're allotted, how does that affect your annual visits? And this one comes back to 0.88 relationship, which is pretty solid. This is probably the second most direct relationship that we've seen before. And I'll pull up the details so you can see that better. It shows that the more staff hours you have allotted, the more annual visits you are showing. That's, I mean, there are other things underneath that staff hours denote. Also affects the budget, likely has a relationship with open hours, though we just saw that there's a certain level of independence. But I think at the end of the day, this is a pretty direct relationship, and I think it's an interesting point to show. Next, we have, again, staff hours versus total circulation. This is another one that we were like looking for a cause and effect. So this is a 0.82 relationship. Again, pretty good, pretty high, pretty direct relationship. Not as high as some other things, but certainly higher than others. So, and I'll pull up the detail. So there's, a pretty good impact between overall staff hours and the likely circulation that you were showing in your library. Oh, I totally forgot to mention this. Through all the stats that I've been showing, most of the stats I've been showing here, it will say at the top, I've mostly been using the 2019 figures because the 2020 and 2021 figures, because of the pandemic, a lot of things are dramatically skewed. Staff hours are not, but things like open hours, circulation are dramatically off. And it seemed like considering 2019, the last normal year, was a good way to show these charts. So we weren't, so it wasn't being skewed wildly by who was open more, because I think that would have given us odd data in general. So that's why we've been on 2019. So again, staff hours and total circulation. Staff hours and number of programs. So this one is interesting to me, and here we'll show the detail. So staff hours and number of programs, the relationship is 0.45. That's among the lowest level of relationships that we've seen before. So what that means, obviously, is that staffing hours do not seem to directly be determining what your number of programs. There's significant independence of that. I think as we can sort of think about what that might look like. But the short version is staffing hours not a great determinant of your number of programs, and the reverse. And however, this next one is program attendance. So program attendance is 0.71, significantly stronger relationship between the number of people who are actually at the, and my detail is refusing to show. But so the number of staff that you in a building does not impact as strongly the number of programs, but seems to impact the attendance. I think we can think about what that might mean, simply larger programs, but I would be making a qualitative judgment about why that would be the case, but I think it is interesting to see that staffing does have a far more direct relationship on how many people are coming to what you have rather than the flat number of events. And that is the end of my presentation. This has been again, this is sort of a summary of some of the stats that we have access to. And it's a starting point. People can think about other stats. I think this is a good time to have discussions about other stats that we want that we don't have, or ways to use. Oh, sorry.
No,
Yep.
That's actually going to come later in the day. That
talk about that.
So let me jump in. And first off, Josh, thank you so much for gathering this information and for all of the great work that you do every day with statistics that you coordinate. I'm sure it's like herding cats to send out a call for folks to respond to these really large surveys that we need to do annually for the Public Library Survey, for the Department of Libraries report, and then also the every 2-year State Library Administration I'm forgetting the SLAA survey. Please provide me, Josh, with the name of it. It's State Library Administration Assessment.
No, it's, oh wow. Now, of course, I can't remember it because there were 2 years. State,
Well, let's
wow.
not get hung up. It's okay.
Anyway, embarrassing.
Before we move into a period for the working group members to ask follow-up questions about the information that you've presented here today, I want to just mention that one of our working group members, at least one of our working group members, has arrived. Christopher Kaufman Ilstrup has joined us. Welcome, Christopher. We're glad you're here. I wanted to check with who is on telephone number with an 845 area code and ending with 339. Wondering if we can unmute them somehow, Josh, and see who that is. I'm wondering, is it Kelly calling from someplace else, or is it a member of the public or someone? So
it's Kelly McKegg.
Wonderful. Okay, great. That's so at this point, just an update on the roll call. Thank you for joining us, Kelly. Everyone on the working group is present with the exception of Karen McCullough, who I mentioned earlier, is at Space Camp. I'm still jealous about Space Camp. I just want to get that in on the record. So now let's move to the question and answer portion where members of the working group, you can raise your hand with the reaction button, or you can turn your camera on. You can all feel free to turn your camera on at this point for the Q&A. You can put your physical hand up in the air if your camera's on. If your camera's off and you do that, I will not see you. But I wonder if maybe since Kelly's on the phone and it's a little bit more burdensome to get to know if she has her hand up, I'll ask Kelly, do you have any questions or follow-up points for Josh, or any thoughts on that they wanted to share on what he presented this morning?
First, I just wanted to thank him for doing all that. I remember my statistics class when I took my master's, and it's making my brain hurt a little bit. But you might have said this before I joined in. Is this information available to us after?
Yes, absolutely. So we're this PowerPoint will just go up. It isn't yet, but it'll go up on the working group page.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And I just I want to follow up on that. If anybody ever has questions about anything statistics related or in general, please always feel free to get in touch with me.
Thank you, Josh. I want to mention also, before I take the next hand, I see Meg's got her hand up. Another member of our Vermont Department of Libraries team has joined the call and is listening in, and that's Joy Warland. I know that we had shared which other folks were present, so just that update as well. So Meg, I see your hand.
Great, thanks, Kathy, and thanks for the great presentation, Josh. And I really do appreciate the school librarian information added that Peter Langella pointed out from the AOE. My question is around benefits. Are there any stats on, school librarians or any of the public librarians who are receiving benefits, like healthcare, as well as any librarian statistics on who is unionized?
So I'm not aware of any, but that doesn't on the school librarian side, I'm not aware of any, but that does not mean that that number doesn't exist somewhere. It wasn't available where I was looking on the Department of Education page, but that doesn't mean that it does not exist. On the public library side, we do not have that. There is a number in the IMLS annual report that they ask for the salary number and the benefits number, but it's just a number, the amount spent, and it covers all kinds of benefits, including Social Security and things like that. So it really is not useful for what I think you're looking for. And on the unionized side, I don't believe that we have that information. I'm not aware of that information on either piece, but it may be available somewhere for the schools. But again, I haven't seen it. But those are both interesting things would be interesting things to track down.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Josh? I think we're probably just sort of stunned into silence by this sheer wall of data points that are out there. I want to make sure, I have a thought, but I want to make sure everybody else gets their time. Susan O'Connell, yes.
Hi, yeah, Josh, thank you for putting this slide back up from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I think this is the most shocking piece of information I've seen, that Vermont has the highest, excuse me, Vermont has the highest level of librarians in the country. And I think that speaks to something that I hope we really address here. We're looking at all sorts of, we're looking at staffing, we're looking at technology, we're looking at programming. But I think we're kind of taking bites out of the biggest thing, which is that we have a system in Vermont that's broken. And I think this speaks to that. There's no reason that we should have the highest number of librarians per capita, except that we don't have any systems. We don't have any way of sharing the skill and knowledge of some people and bringing that out to every citizen of Vermont, every resident of Vermont. And because we have all of these small independent libraries working the best they can, doing everything that they can, but spending way too much money. And clearly, to me, this statistic shows that, with the fact that we have so many librarians per capita is just one more way to show we have a system that we need to fix, because everyone else in the country seems to have figured this out, and we need to catch up with that. I've said that a million different ways, a million different times, but this is just so shocking. It seems worth pointing out again.
I'm going to jump in for a second. I think one thing that I was noticing when I was looking at this chart, or this infographic, this map, is that, and Josh, you touched on this a little bit, but what does Vermont have in common with the other states that are really in the red, the deepest red? I don't have numbers in front of me, but my sense is that some of these other states are also rural states, and there are likely geographically isolated communities. And so it might be interesting to look at that data a little bit more closely. So it's just something to consider. That one other thing that I keep being struck by is that we're sometimes with these library numbers, it feels a little bit like, Josh, what did I say yesterday? That we're comparing apples to kumquats. We're not counting same against same. It's a very challenging thing to look at the types of data that tries to compare different libraries in different states. And there are so many different dynamics. It's hard to cut through the noise and to figure out what it is that needs to be improved, what it is that might be not working all that well. And so it's just something I struggle with looking at the data, because I know that when we're looking at librarians, just this one screen, librarians per capita, what does that mean? What is a librarian in Vermont? What is the task that they're performing? What is the number of hours that they work in the community? Is this librarian also the director? What's the educational background of the library, and what are the needs of the community? And what's a library technician? How are folks named? There's a diversity of responses, and when people from the Bureau of Labor Statistics do a randomized call, how well do the people answering the questions understand those nuances that are so difficult to parse out? And here in Vermont, we know there are some one-room libraries open less than 20 hours a week, and then we have 3 or 4 floor buildings that are open 7 days a week and have many more staff. And it's just really difficult to make sense of the data points. And that's one reason that sometimes I feel a little bit overwhelmed with the process of like, how do we parse this data? What do we do here with this?
Can I just interject real quick?
Absolutely. Who's speaking? Is that Kelly?
This is Kelly.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I don't think that we can jump to any quick conclusions by looking at the data. Just in the state of Vermont alone, there are a broad definition to what a librarian is, let alone across the country. So I think we'd have to go over it with a pretty big magnifying glass in order to draw accurate conclusions from it, from the data. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, and I was saying to Josh, in some ways, this graphic may not, and I'm curious from committee members or working group members, how does this graphic correspond with what you hear from Vermont libraries? Because I hear a lot from small libraries that they feel they would benefit from having more professional staff, that they feel that they could be open more hours. But this shows we have too many. So there's a dissonance there from what I hear when I'm talking with our library community versus looking at this map. Does anyone, and that's just my personal gut reaction. Does anyone else have any thoughts? I see 2 hands and I think I saw Wendy's first.
Well, that's similar to my thoughts as well, but I think it's got a lot to do with population distribution. We have a lot of very small communities that are very insular and have their own little library, which leads to one very hard-working librarian. And there aren't that many large centres of population. And so, this is what you get. You get a mismatch of resources to these figures are per capita. And so you've got 2 communities with 500 people in, both have their own librarian. That's going to shove the statistic up,
True. Susan, I see your hand next.
Yeah, I think that's very true. But also you have those 2 communities of 500 each with their own librarian, but probably those librarians are working 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 hours a week. Imagine if we had systems where we could have one better trained librarian who was working full time and maybe even getting, say, health insurance. Wonder of all wonders. And also the one thing that seems skewed to me that I don't really fully understand is the idea that the annual mean wages is close to the national average. That does not sit with anecdotally what I hear from other librarians. And so I was interested in that and a little confused by that. I wonder if anyone else has any insights on how that statistic came to be.
I'm glad you raised that. Josh, I know that you have some thoughts on what we're looking at there and what's influencing it.
Yeah, so hold on, let me bring up my notes on that so I can. I think that, so it's a little bit hard to tell. They've lumped, the way the bucket works is they've lumped basically everyone who is a librarian at any kind of library, a librarian by their definition at any kind of library, academic, school, or public, into the same bucket. And I think that is maybe part of the starting point of seeing that number. If that number looks different than we expect it to, I wouldn't be surprised. Additionally, if there's some complications in the part-time nature of our piece, if there's something that's maybe a little more skewed on that, though the data doesn't say anything about that. But I think on the average, we might discover that there are public school, again, I don't have these numbers, but school and academic librarians may, on the average, be making more than a significant percentage of the public librarian. Again, I don't have those numbers. That's my sort of knee-jerk reaction, and that could be skewing the numbers a little bit to get us to that average figure. But I don't have details, so I'm sort of just suspecting.
Thanks, Josh. I think Andy's next, and then Meg, and then I'm gonna put my hand up for just a comment too. Andy?
Yeah, my comments were addressed by a previous speaker, so I don't even need to broach them. It's all good.
You don't want to boost them? You're good?
Yeah, I'll how about this? I will boost what was said by the previous committee member.
I see a note in the chat that I'll just read out because I want to be sure people who are following along at home are aware of what we're putting in the chat. From Denise Hersey, who's one of our working group members, all of the UVM library staff salaries are available online if anyone would like to see them. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then I think I see another hand up, and it belongs to Meg.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I will also boost what Susan was saying about the part-time staffing numbers. Anecdotally, you know, my first job at the Jocelyn Memorial Library was 12 hours a week. And so if I was being counted, you know, as a library position, there you go. I'm also curious about how many of our, you know, volunteer hours were accounted for with librarian staffing. I know that so much of the work that entails at our small rural libraries particularly are run is through the volunteer hours that are contributed and donated by community members. So I think that the staffing numbers, even though they appear to be high, I think if we did a full-time equivalency, those numbers would drop. If we added in volunteer hours, that number, you know, to keep the library afloat, that might give us a more robust picture too about library staffing. And just for the record, Peter Langella and I both live in Moortown, Vermont, and we've done some preliminary informal research, and we believe that Moortown, Vermont might have the highest per capita librarians living here in the entire state. I'm just going to toss that out there. We've got to get our numbers straight, but we think there's about 12 to 13 librarians living in Moortown.
That's very fun and awesome. I want to have to visit more. I had a couple of thoughts too. Just as we've been talking about this, I think the full-time, part-time really is confusing. And it's not, at first I thought, okay, well, if we have X number of part-timers, then we can look at these total numbers and we can kind of try to figure that out. And then I realized some people are part-timers with more than one position. And so you don't necessarily get an additional tick in the how many librarians box. It's a little confusing if they're counting the people versus they're counting if they're counting positions, and all those part-time positions would make it look like we had more librarian hours than we do, is sort of that's I think what I'm trying to say. And I also think just a little bit, I'm putting something in the chat thread right now from everylibraryinstitute.org, and I haven't fact checked this, but it is a page that shows requirements to become a librarian by state, and everything that goes in the chat. Jesse, any links that we share in the chat, it would be great if those could make it into the minutes so that people know what we're looking at. I suspect that in some states, especially the more populated states or states with a library school even, I'm just guessing that could be an influence, that people would not be labeled librarian unless they had the MLS. Since our positions in Vermont, we have a number of librarian positions that do not require an MLS. We have some that require a certificate, and Josh was speaking about this earlier. We have others that might require different levels of education. We could be comparing, another state might have completely everybody in this category of librarian, is a librarian with an MLS. And there are probably some states where everybody with a library technician, there might even be states where everybody with a library technician title has the associate's degree in library technology. So we really might be looking so this is interesting data, but it's not a full story and it's hard to compare ourselves with it. But we can see some aspects that are of interest. I do want to make sure I understand something correctly. And Josh, so I have a question for you. My sense from your presentation is that increased staff hours seem to correlate with increased open hours, increased visits, increased circulation, and increased program attendance. Does that sound accurate?
So all those are true, but they're true to varying degrees. But yes, they so far everything had a positive relationship, and at least a moderately to strongly positive relationship between the two factors.
Okay, and then another note that seems important, given the straight up finances of our state and of our towns and our library boards, and the increased staff hours also correlates with an increased amount of funding for the institution. So
yes,
and we don't know, this shows a correlation. It doesn't show causality. That's important to share too.
That's absolutely true, and it's very difficult to pull out any one of the pieces because they're all attached to each other, and so that is a real challenge.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe one more question, and I think Jeanette Bear may have had her hand up, so I want to check in with her. Josh had pinged me saying she had her hand up, but I'm not sure if I called on her.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with almost everything that has been said, and I'm going to go way out on a limb here, that years ago when most of the libraries in Vermont were founded, we're back in the horse and buggy days. And having a library every 5 miles down the road made perfect sense. I'm not sure it makes any sense nowadays that, in a rural community where you have a tiny little part-time underfunded library every 5 miles, if some of those were consolidated, because the 1901 local librarian that may have actually been housing the collection in their own home, has no relevance, to our society today. And we could have professional, full-time, well-paid librarians with benefits if we consolidated some of our little rural libraries. Because people are driving to grocery stores, they're driving for all kinds of things. They're not taking the pony to the library. Shoot me.
No violence in our working group. Okay.
Do I have a chance to say one quick thing? This is Kelly.
Yes, Kelly.
Okay. What's also important to look at is the cost of living compared to wages in Vermont as opposed to other states. I don't think the data that we were presented looked at that, but obviously it costs a lot more to live in Vermont than say it does, in some other rural states. So a livable wage there, they could be getting paid the same amount as librarians here, and that could be a very livable wage. Whereas here, you can only do it if you have a partner that has, a good paying job. So that may answer the question of how are we ranking so well as far as the wage thing that was mentioned prior.
Yeah, thank you. Right now it's on my clock, it's 10:17, and I want to move to our testimony because folks have shown up to be here with us today at time specific intervals. So I'd ask Susan, you have your hand up, but can you save your comment, and we'll be talking about the statistics again later in the meeting, in the final hour. I do want to say that the link I put in the chat, our Crackerjack fact-checking team here in the Department of Libraries, Joy Warland, has noticed that even the Vermont data is not, the Vermont information is slightly incorrect. So it's 150 hours for the certificate, and it's not required. So Jeanette is going to follow up with every library to get the Vermont data element corrected. And just, again, take things with a grain of salt. When we find them on the internet, we may need to do a little bit more fact checking. I want to thank you, Josh, for your presentation. I really appreciate the effort that you put into this. You're not just supporting us in the Department of Libraries, you're supporting the working group, which is a separate body, but we really appreciate all that you're doing and the knowledge that you bring to us for consideration. So thank you for that. So we're gonna, Susan O'Connell, I'm gonna put your hand down, but please make a note before we go into the next agenda item so that you don't forget what you wanted to share with the group. Thank you. And now we're gonna move into testimony from the community. Our first individual is Beth Royer, who is the library director of the Carpenter Karst Library in Heinsberg, I believe. And Beth, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, and if everybody who's not Beth could hide their cameras while Beth is doing her testimony so that Beth's face is front and center. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for being here, Beth. So we're getting started just a couple minutes late, so we'll give you your full 15 minutes. You'll have 10.
I don't know that I can fill 15, but maybe.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
The general, the total time is 15 minutes. I'll come back on camera and folks will come back on camera around 10 minutes to start doing the Q&A, or if you finish earlier, we'll come back earlier.
Sounds good. Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. What are you guys, a committee, subcommittee? Anyway.
A working group.
A working group. Thank you. So I'm just here to like moan, but in a way where I say like what my experience has been as a library director in Vermont, because I studied to be a librarian like many years ago and didn't start working as a librarian until I moved to Vermont. And it's been interesting having worked in other sorts of fields. So I'm just going to read off what I sent and maybe go on if something makes me think of something else. The year I became a library director, I attended the Vermont Library Association conference, and I recall a fellow director of a one-person library saying, "We need to get paid better." This was in 2019, before the pandemic, and while I agreed, I also said everyone needs to get paid better. I believe this fellow director was earning $15 an hour, and when that position was subsequently reposted after they left, it was still a director position paying $15 an hour. Previous to becoming a director, I served as a substitute librarian at a library in a neighboring county, where the initial pay I received as a substitute was $12 an hour. After an introductory period, they moved this rate up to $18 an hour and desired for me to take the position as their adult librarian, but it was 30 hours a week and offered no insurance. I really loved that library, but not those particular work conditions. At the time, I had no spouse to host my insurance, and the pay was just enough that I would no longer qualify for Medicaid if I took it. So I couldn't really effectively save enough money to live and pay my rent and prevent myself from dying in the event of a medical emergency if I took that job. Instead, as I tried to stay insured, I also tried to stay broke enough so that I still qualified for Medicaid. As the director of an incorporated library, which is what I do now, I've struggled with the challenges of trying to provide my staff that is all part-time with a living wage while also paying well enough to retain candidates that can offer the skills of modern librarianship. This has become more challenging in a world where a large portion of the female identifying population is doing a risk-benefit analysis about re-entering the workforce in this post-pandemic world that we're supposedly living in. How do I sell potential staff on a job that offers a lot of heart, but not a lot of cash, no insurance, etc. During the pandemic, I hired a programming librarian that was super awesome. And when I listed that position, over 20 people applied to take that job, in part because I think not a lot of people were hiring during the pandemic. Within a year and a half, that person that was hired left for another library, a library that could offer them a actual benefits package. As long as my incorporated library expects me to cobble together a staff without paying them appropriately, we're going to end up with library services that also feel really cobbled together. And when I hired for this position again, advertising it for a longer duration and using the same placement ad, I essentially had 4 candidates. Meanwhile, the library paraprofessional position in the same village in which our library is located recently had like something in the area of 20 candidates, but that position offers insurance. The Department of Libraries hasn't provided a suggested salary range for librarians, and Vermont Library Association has only recently begun recommending including salary listings in their job positions. This is super overdue. I'm glad that it's now a thing, because there's nothing more vexing than putting in the time to apply for a job and interview only to find that it doesn't pay enough to cover your basic living expenses. Each time the subject comes up at the annual library conference, VLA consistently states that the way that we can get paid better is through advocacy. For my incorporated library in Chittenden County, this is a crisis not only for the working people who are trying to live in one of the most expensive housing markets in Vermont, but also for the future of the profession. If I can't provide a living wage for the younger people who want to work in my library, how can I expect to not lose them to a neighboring municipal library that can offer them more money and a comprehensive benefits package? IMLS salary generally runs a couple of years behind, and it also doesn't separate salaries out. So the only way to make an accurate comparison about wages is by polling other libraries about what they're paying their employees. While I super appreciate the fact that Department of Libraries is finally conducting a salary survey, thank you, Josh, since the last guidance on advocating for better salaries that VLA produced came out in 2015. Anyway, the most recent advocacy information on the VLA website that I saw recently, now don't quote me on this because I was recently checking my own facts earlier and being like, maybe there was something more recent, was like 2012. As long as there's stagnant progress on actually speaking to the problem in an absence of timely data, it will be time consuming to offer a pay scale to people that meets the demands of the market. When the library board in Heinsberg was hiring for the position that I now have, previous to hiring me, the information that was provided to them by the Department of Libraries at the time was basically sift this complex mix of factors and figure out what you should pay. Meanwhile, I've witnessed fellow staff members at libraries that I've worked at move to other states that have better paying jobs with insurance because they were unable to be retained by places they needed healthcare for their families. It's a crisis for the professionalism of the work and for people that I want to keep employed and pay well in a really increasingly competitive job market. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much for your comments and for taking the time to share with the working group. I forgot to do something before you started, and I just want to preface the working group questions with what I should have done before you started, Beth. And I just want to remind everybody that per the charge that our working group has, we may study staffing levels at Vermont libraries, whether staffing levels are sufficient to meet community needs, whether library staff compensation and benefits are sufficient, how libraries rely on volunteers, and what resources are available for workforce development and training of library staff. And then I shared this already, but the total for each person is 15 minutes. And I'm sorry to eat a tiny bit of your time to say that, but I just wanted to be sure everybody is kind of framing the working group, kind of thinking about what is it that we do here and what are we tasked with, just reminding folks of that. And now I'm going to open it up to the working group for questions. Working group members, feel free to come back on camera, show us your smiling faces if you'd like, raise your hands, and I'll call on you if you have questions for our guest, Beth.
This is Kelly. Can I say something, please?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry that I keep butting in. I will be on regular connection later this afternoon. So first, I want to apologize. Your staff person came to work for me.
It was a total good.
Wonderful.
I have no, like, I was like, that's what you do. Cause I literally did the same thing. Like I have my job because I did the same thing. So I do apologize. She's wonderful. We've had so many staff that we've been replacing in the past 2 years. It's like a revolving door. But anyways, the other thing is, as the current president of VLA, we are working on, there's a bunch of us in leadership that are currently taking a class with every library about advocacy and kind of planning out how to, set up what our goals are and move forward with local government, state government to reach those goals. So salary and qualified staff are, it's in there. We are working towards it, just to let you know. I know that doesn't help you now, but we have heard people's concerns, and it is something that we are working on. Unfortunately, and please correct me if I'm wrong about this, the Department of Libraries they don't do advocacy, they can't do advocacy, and there's very limited information that they can provide as far as salaries and all of that type of stuff. So during my year, I'm hoping that we can start the process and that we can set up the groundwork to continue it and make it a more regular process so the information is available on a regular basis. Would that be helpful? For sure, yeah. I mean, I know all I'm doing is like making the same complaints that I feel like I've been making since I started working as a librarian in the state. And I knew, like, writing this, I was like, I know where the library department stands. I know they're not allowed to say this, but like VLA, I'm like, I love you guys. You're doing a great job. But I need something to point my board to, because if there's nothing, they're going to keep having this problem, because they're going to keep, like, they lost our previous director because they took a position that offered better benefits.
Right. Right. No, I understand that.
Yeah. So it's
I'm not finding fault.
No, of course. No. And I thank you for your response. I just, like, I want to make clear I'm complaining, but I'm complaining because I'm like, nothing has changed since 2019 and we've had a pandemic, and and it's only getting harder for me to employ people because people are being much pickier about, like, justifiably and wisely, like, being more choosy about how they're going to spend their time, because they're making a decision based on, like, what makes sense for them and their families, right?
As a director that works at a slightly larger library with the benefits and all of that, I mean, it's harder for us to get candidates and hire as well. So I think it's harder all the way around.
Absolutely.
I don't think, it's, I think all libraries right now are, and I think all fields are struggling. So I don't know if that helps at all, but
thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Beth. I want to be sure that we have time. We just have a couple minutes left, and Wendy has her hand up. I also want to just say thank you for framing that aspect of the Department of Libraries work. But here in the working group, it is our charge to look at these things. And so it is appropriate for you to bring these. Please don't feel that you're complaining or that you're being perceived that way, Beth. We are here to hear from you. And Wendy has a follow-up question.
Well, most of it's been answered in any case. I was going to ask about why people were leaving, and you've actually talked quite at length about that. But do you use volunteers in your library? And if you do, what role do they play in your library?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, it is. Please.
Okay. I believe before the pandemic, we had maybe 3 or 4 volunteers. I personally don't, aside from things like shelving and like repair that takes some sort of extra work off of my circulation person, I don't love to use volunteers extensively in my library, because I've worked in libraries where the circulation desk was staffed by volunteers, and to me it seemed to require more work of the director and the other staff members than having that work that paid for by, like, done by a paid staff member. So that's my response. I've had even like something happened this year in our town where the police budget got revoted on, and then there was all this discussion on Front Porch Forum about like how dare, I don't even, somehow it became like a library budget versus police budget argument. I don't even remember how that happened. And then someone in my community was like, well, the library could be run by volunteers. And I was like, I didn't get a master's degree to like listen to people in my community tell me that my library can be run by volunteers. It's not work for volunteers. It's a profession that people went to school for. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Beth. Let's have that be your final comment. It was a great one. And thank you for being here today. Please feel free to stay on and listen to other testimony. The testimony, the entire meeting will be is being recorded and will be posted online. We're going to move now to our next person on the schedule, and that's Patty. And I'm stumbling. Patty Genadio.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Patty is a member of the public who lives in Jeffersonville, who has worked in libraries. And Patty, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I'm Patty Genadio. I live in Jeffersonville. I was a library clerk at a Vermont public library from 2017 to 2021. When a new library board took over in early 2021, they quickly made a series of problematic decisions and actions that undermined the library staff and volunteers, and they quickly turned our formerly warm, supportive workplace into an extremely toxic work environment. Within less than 4 months, all 8 members of our library team, 4 staff members and 4 volunteers, resigned. This presented a loss of nearly 7 decades of institutional memory and experience for our library. We had tried to work with the new library board. We asked them to do the Department of Libraries trustees trainings so that they would have a better understanding of their responsibilities and limits, as well as ours, but they kept putting it off. The board told us that our jobs were easy, that they found nothing at the library when they started, and that the library was broken. They told us this after we'd kept the library going during the difficult first year of the pandemic, and after countless patrons had thanked us for continuing to provide library services and for being a lifeline during an extremely challenging time. The board repeatedly dismissed our experience, our training, our expertise, and our concerns about protecting patrons' privacy. Multiple members of our library team considered seeking legal counsel, both while we were still at the library and also after we had resigned. The board repeatedly made baseless allegations against us in social media and in the press, some of which led to another library's rescinding of a job offer to one of my colleagues. The board's public attacks only stopped after his colleague engaged legal counsel. My colleagues and I were in regular communication with librarians at the Vermont Department of Libraries about our situation. The Vermont Lib librarians were sympathetic and offered advice and guidance, while also acknowledging that there was not much they could do to help us. At one point, they mentioned that the remaining staff could consider seeking legal counsel. We did consider that, but we couldn't afford that option. And we also thought that the board might decide to become more collaborative in the face of the most recent resignations. But instead, the situation deteriorated even further. Several times, my colleagues and I considered resigning en masse, but we always decided against that because we knew that our patrons would have been abruptly and negatively impacted, as much needed services to our community would have been immediately disrupted. We reached out to the Town Select Board multiple times, but they dismissed our concerns and continued to voice their full support for the library trustees and the rest of the library board. 18 months later, the town continues to be deeply divided, with many former patrons no longer feeling comfortable going to their local public library. Areas for improvement. I've learned the hard way that there are very few protections and recourses for public library personnel in Vermont. This needs to change. I appreciate Vermont's tradition of local control of our public libraries, but library personnel should not be subject to the whims of library boards and board members who engage in troubling behavior towards library staff and volunteers under their authority. Conflicts of interest also present a challenge in small Vermont towns, where there is often much overlap between local government, local boards, and other local organizations. In the case of our library, some of the new board members had close ties to local elected officials, and some had histories of friction with some of the library personnel newly under their authority. Conflicts of interest need to be recognized and addressed in order to enable successful, transparent, and accountable library governance. Questions for the working group to consider. What can the Department of Libraries do to further support library staff and volunteers who find themselves in a toxic library work environment? What can the Department of Libraries do to further support library staff and volunteers who are dealing with challenging library boards and/or board members? Is there legislative action that could be introduced to provide more protections for staff and volunteers at Vermont's public libraries? Successful strategies and approaches. I wish that I could mention strategies and approaches that have proven successful, but unfortunately, none of the strategies or approaches that my colleagues and I have tried over the past year and a half have been successful. I've spoken with library personnel from other Vermont libraries who have also dealt with challenging library boards. I also know from past as well as present experience what it's like to serve under supportive library boards. I hope that the working group, the Vermont Department of Libraries, and our state can find and institute strategies and approaches to help protect library personnel and to help library staff, volunteers, and boards to work together respectfully to better serve Vermont communities. I also want to add that when my colleagues and I, when I was still at the library, we were growing increasingly alarmed about the library trustees' actions, and we were unsure about who they reported to, so who we could alert about our concerns. Our first thought was to contact the town clerk's office to ask, but one trustee worked there and their spouse was the town clerk. We then considered contacting the town select board, but didn't because of their close ties to the library board. In the end, we contacted the Department of Libraries, who told us that elected trustees report to the voters. So we felt we didn't have any recourse after that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your testimony with us today, Patty. I'm going to open it up for members of the working group to ask questions. I see Andy's hand is up. Andy, we're not able to hear you. Can you unmute?
Oh, I did that thing I always do. Sorry. Patty, thank you for your testimony. I want to just first by say how sorry I am to hear this story. As a board member, you know, I've worked my entire life pretty much in nonprofits, so I know both I know the downsides to this kind of governance, you know, and have experienced it professionally at various points. One of my questions, and you may have stated this and I missed it, is is this institution a municipal library or a private nonprofit?
It's an incorporated nonprofit library, and it has a very opaque governance structure. It has 5 elected library trustees elected by the town, and then it also has members of the nonprofit that own the library. So,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was just a question because that you know, and I think one thing that resonates with what you said, you know, ideally would be some sort of guidelines for nonprofit governance of libraries that are broader than how idiosyncratic they can be, right?
Yeah.
because I completely understand. I would have felt similarly had I been in your shoes. You know, totally. You know, one outstanding thing for me is, you know, clarifying in general to me the role of library boards, and in my opinion, right, like a responsible library board member, their goal is to support the institution. Sometimes that means supporting staff above everything else. Sometimes it means making really difficult decisions around those issues. And the key word is a word you brought up. I want to make sure I get it right. Hang on, I was taking notes while you were talking. Respectful and responsible, you know, which from the situation you described seemed to be completely absent, you know. And so, you know, but as we know from our own experience, politically, we're in a pretty weird time to begin with, and people are behaving very poorly. So, but fundamentally, I just wanted to say how sorry I am to hear about what y'all went through, and it's honestly, it's one of the reasons why I appreciate serving on a municipal board, because there is recourse for the staff to decisions made by the board in our case, you know. So, okay,
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Are there other members of the working group who wish to ask Patty any questions? I don't believe we have any follow-up questions for you, Patty, but we do truly appreciate your time that you've shared, your experiences with us, and please feel free to remain for as much of the rest of the meeting as you would like to. It's a meeting that's open to everyone. We really value your input and appreciate your time here. Jeanette, did you have a question or?
No, just wanted to thank Patty for her testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, we are going to move on to our next individual who's providing testimony, and that's Laura Fedorov, who is a trustee of the Cornwall Public Library. Is Laura here?
I am. Can you see me?
We can see you and we can hear you, and
Okay,
the floor
great.
is yours. In case you didn't hear earlier, you'll be given 15 minutes for your testimony, with roughly 10 minutes for you to share your statement and roughly 5 minutes for the working group to ask questions. If you finish early, we'll start asking questions early.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Laura Fedorov, and I'm here today on behalf of the trustees of the Cornwall Public Library in Cornwall, Vermont, to talk with you about our staffing challenges and our staffing successes in Cornwall. Cornwall is a town of 1,207 people located in the middle of beautiful Addison County. Our library is staffed entirely with volunteers, those volunteers being the 7 trustees of the library. The reason this is possible is that the library is situated within our Cornwall Town Hall. So the library is open the same hours as our town clerk, Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 5, and the town clerk is also a library trustee. The reason that we're all volunteers is that we are granted $4,000 each year from the town of Cornwall at town meeting, which goes to pay for library materials. We do receive some gifts and donations throughout the year, and we do run a very profitable book sale each fall. But our total budget is still somewhere around $6,000. Because we're in the town hall, we don't pay rent or utilities, though we do pay for a dedicated phone line for the library's computer. When we have needed big ticket items, an entire set of bookshelves for the space in our newly renovated town hall, or a new computer for our catalog and self-checkout, we have done a public appeal, and our townspeople have been very generous. But we definitely do not have the funds to pay a regular salary for a trained librarian. To compensate, the trustees have portioned off some of the day-to-day library operations. We have one trustee who does a fantastic job ordering and cataloging materials. We have another trustee, our town clerk, who helps patrons with books face-to-face, books that they want to find or request, and with ILLs, all in between her town clerk duties. She also makes sure that the bills are paid and the checks are sent, though the trustees do review every spending at every meeting. One trustee organizes the yearly weeding to get the shelves cleared of new books. The other 4 trustees help with organizing the book sale and lending their opinion, advice, and strength for any matters that come up. We did start the Vermont State Trustee Training in early March of 2020. So we got one meeting, we got some great ideas, a taste of what we want to be moving towards, and then of course the pandemic shut everything down. Our goal, though, is to come as close as we can to meeting the state standards for Vermont public libraries. Thus far, it's gone pretty well. We have dedicated patrons and a very healthy circulation rate. In speaking with my fellow trustees for preparation for today, one issue that we felt was our greatest challenge is our lack of a designated leader, like a library director, who can have overarching views of what needs to happen, because no one has the time to do that in a volunteer capacity. We have no long range or long-term plans currently. We plan for the next 6 months or so. We are in the process of getting our policies written and our mission statement crafted, but we are definitely a work that is constantly in progress. Over the years, we have heard the suggestion now and then that we close the library or try to become a part of Ilsley Library in Middlebury, which is just north of us. And in full disclosure, I'm currently employed by Ilsley. It's a wonderful library. The librarians are fantastic. The collection is magnificent. The trustees are incredible. But we have had much input that most of our patrons do not want this. Our patrons don't want to become a suburb of Middlebury. Our town school has been consolidated into the surrounding district, and we have lost much of the say in how our school is run. As it stands right now, our school might be one of the schools forcibly closed by the district. When and if that happens, our library will be the last bit of Cornwall community space. Our library is our last remaining free community space in our town, the only space in town where there is any opportunity for intergenerational interaction. So our library trustees push on, doing our very best with what we've got, striving to ensure Cornwall Library continues on. I did want to say that in the standards, our goal of meeting the state standards, we hit most of them. We do provide free, equal, and easy access, public access to services. We're in the town hall, we're handicap accessible, we have our OPAC online and things like that. The standards also state that a public library should receive at least $1 per capita of local tax support. We receive $3.90 per capita, and we expend our total support at about $5 per capita, which is what the standards suggest. We do cooperate with other libraries and community agencies. We have partnered with the local Boy Scout troop to help purchase materials for them, and have helped our local Odyssey of the Mind groups with fundraising activities. We also do interlibrary loan at no cost to our patrons. I think that was about all I had prepared to say.
Thank you so much, Laura, for sharing sharing from your experience and for what you're doing for your community. I don't think we yet have your written comments. So one question I have for you is, it looked like you might be reading something. Can you email those over to us today?
I just emailed them a couple minutes ago.
That's wonderful. We'll get them posted then for everyone. I was scribbling furiously and also wanting to watch and engage. So I'm really glad to hear that you are able to share those with us. Yep. Because what you shared was really important. Something that really stuck out for me was your comment that after the school consolidation, that your public library is really the last space for public community engagement as the Cornwall community. Exactly. I wonder if you can share a little bit more about what that's been like with us. Well, we have struggled to have programs on a regular basis, again, because we're all volunteers and we're all working, or a number of our trustees are retired. So those of us who are interested in helping foster the programs, we just don't have the time. We have run, summer camps. We have a play group that meets at the town hall, and there have been wonderful interactions between someone there to pick up a book and a kid coming down the stairs, those sorts of things. Cornwall is a very small town. The village is just basically 4 buildings at this point. We're really struggling with the idea that whereas we used to be a very vibrant and town proud sort of a place, that is slowly leaking away as more and more people are either just defaulting to go to Middlebury for everything, or leaving town. So we are really trying to make sure that we have at least one space in Cornwall that we can all be at.
that is maintained by Cornwall, you know.
Thank you. Working group members, want to open it up. I just jumped in with my questions, so please feel free to turn your cameras on and ask any questions that you have. Andy.
More of a comment than a question, but just to say that I'm gladdened that the trustees are the ones who are being the volunteers rather than trying to cajole others to do the volunteers. I really I appreciate that dedication you have to what you've articulated about maintaining a locally controlled presence in the town of Cornwall. So that's all.
Thanks, Andy. Susan?
Hi, thank you for being here. Your testimony is really interesting, and I think we have a lot to learn from that. I'm really interested in hearing more about why it is that you're saying that patrons don't want to be connected with the Ilsley Library. Is the idea becoming part of the Ilsley Library so that the control would be ceded to Ilsley? Is that where the concern is, or?
Yes, I mean, I'm sure Ilsley is wonderful, and I'm sure there would be a way to kind of negotiate how you know, being a branch or however that would work. I'm sure we could figure something out if need be. Right now, the town is feeling quite almost defensive about this because we've had so much churn and upset about the school consolidation and things like that. There are people who are very, very much invested in making sure that we have something that is Cornwall's and not leaking out into Middlebury kind of a thing. So, I mean, that's what we're hearing from our patrons. It's what the trustees are also feeling. So that is, that's why. Just having something that is Cornwall's that we can say is Cornwall's.
So the idea would be to retain the independence of the Cornwall Public Library or
yes.
Cornwall Free Library.
Yes.
Not ceding that so that any decision making would happen within Cornwall. The last remaining public free space in Cornwall would be controlled by Cornwall, not controlled by another.
Yes.
What do you think of the idea of becoming part of a larger collaborative group that would be able to provide services while still being able to retain that independent control?
Yes. Well, so what I'm very interested in was at the VLA, I got to talk with folks from the Mad River Valley libraries who have kind of an unwritten consortium of sorts where they'll talk to each other about who's going to order what book at times to make sure that there aren't too many copies floating around because all of their patrons go to all of the libraries. And I think that would be very interesting to do. We do have, that would be very interesting, particularly with the smaller libraries, I think would be a very big help. You know, Orwell and Shoreham and Salisbury, I'm sure they are fantastic resources and they are fantastic partners when we can. I think we would be very interested in that so long as it was, you know, by agreement and not, you must do this.
Exactly. Yeah. So that the control remained within the community itself.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the other question I have is about the per capita tax support. Has there been any work to try to increase that over the years?
There has not recently, because we don't get much discussion on it. And we haven't really, we're doing fine as we are. I think if we were to try to double it or triple it in order to get, you know, a salary or something, that there would be a big problem trying to do that. Again, Cornwall is only 1,000 people, so we don't have an unlimited pot of money. But we have been talking about asking for maybe an extra $1,000 in order to start building up our savings or being able to plan for more long-term goals.
Right. And then my last question is about the services that are offered. You're talking mostly about like a book lending service for the library. And is the library also looking at other services? Is there are there public computers that are offered to people? Is there like reference services, assistance, technical services?
Well, so we do have public computers. There is Wi-Fi throughout the building, and the library got a Wi-Fi extender to make sure it's out in the parking lot. As for technical assistance, the person who's there most of the time is our town clerk. And she's happy to help if anybody comes in with a question, but she's a town clerk, not a librarian. So she doesn't always have all the answers, particularly if someone is trying to use something like Libby or things like that. She's not always able to be up on what the newest thing is going on because she has another full-time job to work on. Technical services, I mean, she's there and they can access all of our town records while they're there, all the historical records that are there, as well as any of the town records or the town committees that are there, the Natural Resource Board and things like that. But I'm not sure what else. I'm sorry, my brain is just, I'm not sure what else there was on that list.
I'm not sure either. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Susan. Thank you for your answers, Laura. We have just a short time left, but we have, I think, we have time for another question. Meg? Meg Allison?
Thanks, Kathy, and thank you, Laura. Just a quick question. You know, with all of the stuff and the duties and responsibilities that you're all juggling as volunteers and trustees, it sounds like you're connected to the VLA. You might be connected to the trustees organization. So in terms of networking, are you able to get any sort of professional development to help support your trustees in operating the library?
Well, aside from the trustees training that Laura Keenan had been doing, no, we haven't really been able to do that. I just came on the board in, I think, 2016 and started my Vermont State Certificate of Public Librarianship in 2017 and kind of became the, oh, wait, we got to get more stuff figured out person in terms of collection development and things like that. So we do have opportunities, but in the past couple of years, they just haven't been around because of COVID. I'm sure there would be, the trustees would be very open to having more professional development and more resources to access. It's not that they don't want to learn how to do these things, it's just that they've never felt that they had the opportunity to do so. So any help with trustee training and kind of best practices and things like that would be most appreciated.
Great, thank you, Laura.
This seems like a good time for me to mention that another member of the Vermont Department of Libraries consulting team has joined our call, and that's Tonya Riles. And I encourage you, Laura, to reach out to Tonya.
Sure.
Or Tonya, if you could reach out to Laura, we can give you Laura's contact information. And so that you know what you're reaching out or being reached out about, Laura, Tonya provides some support for trustees and board members of libraries. And so I know that, and you probably know some of what our whole team does, but Tonya is the specific person who can really help to support your team in their work.
Fantastic. I will definitely reach out.
And if you, I would recommend copying that email from the chat thread now before you leave the meeting. And you're welcome to stay for more of the meeting, but you're likely as a guest of the meeting to lose contact with the chat thread when you leave.
Where is it? Sorry, I will
you know what? We'll email you directly. Jesse Jesse Sal, our department's executive assistant, can send you an email and connect you with Tonya.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We got into some housekeeping there. I'm so appreciative of your time, Laura. And I need to, as chair, stop chatting and have a brief recess now. So we're going to take a recess until 11:15. Laura, thank you for sharing. Thank you for what you're doing for your community. I'm so impressed with what you're doing as a trustee. You've taken on a lot there to keep your library going for the fine folks of Cornwall. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Bye.
And everyone, we'll leave the meeting running. Please come back. If you are a member of the working group, please plan to be in your seat and ready at 11:15 so we can move into our testimony for the 11:15 to 12:15 period. We have 4 folks to hear from. Okay, it's 11:15 and I'm gonna call the group back from recess and begin with our second session of testimony this morning, in which we'll hear from 4 members of the community. Working group members, I know that that will be off camera in a second, but if you could turn your cameras on, and Kelly, if you're on the phone, if you could say you're here, then we'll get started. I see folks, I see Jeanette, I see Susan, who's up, I see Andy, I see Christopher. Hi, Christopher, good to see you. Wendy is here, Meg is here with a camera that doesn't work, and I think I heard some noise that sounded like Kelly.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Okay, we've got enough to get started. And Susan, I'm going to turn it over to you. As before, you're going to be given 15 minutes for testimony. Breakdown is roughly 10 minutes for you to share your statements and 5 minutes for the working group to ask you questions. And you can start now.
Oop, I think you're muted.
Yeah, we can't hear. There you go.
Sorry about that. I'm feeling a little unprepared because I thought Denise was going next. Am I supposed to be now?
It looks on the updated agenda that Jesse sent out that you are now. I think that there were 2 people at 10:45 accidentally, and so Denise got moved to a time that was actually open at 12, and you are up. Are you okay?
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks so much.
So I won't read my testimony, but I'll just note that I start off by saying how public librarians in the 21st century are expected to be so much more than traditional librarian jobs. And I'll mention that I just barely snuck back into my seat from going to learn how to use a Coleman stove so that our Ethiopian coffee ceremony happening at 3 o'clock this afternoon has a heat source, and now theoretically I'm trained to run the Coleman stove to make that happen. I didn't know that was part of my job description, but it's one of the many things that an active library administrator ends up finding themselves in. And I think what that speaks to is the point that our jobs have grown. It was really interesting to me to hear just recently from the Cornwall Public Library. We're actually very similar in size of our service area, about 1,200 people in our service area. And I'd love to learn more about what they're doing and what's working for them. But also I hope, since we are expecting so much more from the residents of our service area in terms of tax dollars and in terms of outside support as well, that we're doing many, many things. And towns that can support that are giving so much to their libraries, and that the expectations of that have really changed in the 21st century. Libraries and towns have dealt with this in different ways. Some some towns have been able to acknowledge that and increase compensation for staff and increase staffing hours accordingly. Some libraries are relying more and more on volunteers for that. In many situations, I think the gap is filled by a librarian who, as the job has grown, as the expectations have grown, they've grown into that without any real acknowledgement of that and any real compensation to reflect that. And I think that's the most dangerous situation. And then, you know, as we heard, some libraries just take care of that with volunteers and provide what services that they can. Not all services are able, not all towns, not all libraries and towns are able to provide the services that a community needs from their library in the 21st century. Here in a typical day, I'm helping people with taxes. I'm making suggestions for book groups. I'm helping people find information about hiking the Appalachian Trail or how to homeschool their kid, or what books to read to their kid who's not homeschooled but isn't yet reading comfortably on their own, or how to learn to use QuickBooks, or, you know, a million other things. Everybody knows there's like a million things that get thrown at you. And being able to respond to all of those things requires a level of training and experience in order to be able to provide that well for the community. Twice while I've been here at the Craftsbury Public Library, I've been here for 11 years, and twice I've come to a breaking point and had to advocate for better working conditions. The first time I was working 32 hours a week, and I needed to be working full time. I took an 8-hour-a-week job at another tiny library, and it just about killed me. And that was the point where I found out that I wasn't working 32 hours a week. I was on salary, salary such as it was, so I wasn't keeping track of my hours. And what I found out when I added in those extra 8 hours is that really I was working 40 hours a week. I just didn't consider it that because I was, working at home in the evening. I was fitting things in wherever, and I wasn't really considering it work until suddenly I didn't have that time and the library suffered because of it. So that first time I was able to pull together a lot of statistics and information, put some infographics together, and really do a lot of community education. And we were able to increase my salary time to 40 hours a week. And we also increased compensation for the support staff at that time. And then just a few years, 2 years ago now, I guess, I had to come back again just to seek better compensation for myself and also benefits, which I had never had. Both times, I think the most telling piece for me was that nobody in the community understood that I didn't have the things that I was asking for. They saw me as a professional. I certainly acted as a professional. They had no idea that I was only working part-time. They had no idea I didn't have health insurance. I didn't have any sort of retirement benefits of any kind. So when patrons found that out, they were really very surprised to hear that. They were supportive of the idea that their librarian, who they expect to be all things, they were very supportive of being able to compensate me in a way that makes sense for my position. But they didn't know before that I wasn't being compensated in that way. Really convincing the board was my biggest job. The board was very nervous about increasing my pay or increasing the budget, either for better pay, more hours, benefits, because they were worried about the community's response to that. The community's response was always positive, But the board was being fiscally responsible, which is their job to be, and that was kind of the hardest part there. I think what would have been most helpful there was something that I could have pointed to say, here are the expectations. I used the VLA recommendations both times, but the VLA recommendations, as we know, are very outdated at this point. And both times I still wasn't at the recommendations for, I think it was 2012 at the last recommendations for librarians in Vermont were put out by the VLA. So it was still somewhat helpful, but it wasn't as helpful as it should be. I think the survey that we filled out for the Department of Libraries will be a piece that we'll be able to use in the future, and that will be really helpful. But that's something that certainly having some outside source that we can point to say, here are the expectations, that would be very helpful. I think it's also something to think about. Most municipal libraries are able to provide benefits through the municipality. Incorporated libraries cobble things together when they can and don't in many cases. I don't know if there's something that could be done to provide some larger buying group or something so that benefits could be provided in that way. That's something that I know is lacking for our library, and I believe is lacking in other libraries as well. So apologies that I feel a little bit disjointed on my testimony there, but I think those are the points that I wanted to get across, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, we have a couple of minutes for questions from members of the working group. Wendy.
Yes. Talking to the statement towards the beginning of your testimony where you were talking about the many more facets of a job now than in days gone by, where a librarian isn't just someone who deals with books. I am fortunate at the moment. I'm actually taking an MLS at the moment, and we've just covered something called a job audit. Now, although I don't believe each individual library could do that, I don't know whether that's the sort of thing that you might be considering or that the state could consider or something like that. It would at least point people to the fact that the role of the librarian is no longer what they think it is. You have to go and learn how to use cooking stoves.
Can you tell us more about what a job audit is, Wendy?
A job audit talks to, you literally break down every single aspect of your work. And so I guess you'd also put in learning to use a stove for your programs, but you break it down so that you know exactly what you're doing and what you're expected to do, and it also then allows you to see if parts of your job can be split off into and given to someone else. So if you're doing a lot of social media, is there someone in communications that would be best suited to that? So it allows for a juggling of job sections as well. And so you can get a better balance. And obviously that also depends on how many people there are in the library and if there is someone else that can do that. Or
Right.
maybe you're doing something that a volunteer could do, like, I don't know, maybe you're covering books when a volunteer could cover books or do something like that. So it allows you to sort of like reallocate parts of your job that if it's necessary, if it's possible.
Very good, thank you.
Let's keep an eye on that idea, and we can talk about it more in the conversation this afternoon.
Yeah.
I want to just check, Jeanette, did you have a question? I don't see your hand, but I noticed you came on camera.
Well, just as a comparison with our last testimony, Susan, I think you mentioned your library is about the same size. Do you know what your per capita tax support is for Craftsbury?
I made a note to look that up. The last number that I remember is $32 per person, though I'm not sure if that's still the case. Our request has gone up, so it may be a little bit more than $32 now, as opposed to, I think, did I write down it was $3.40 for our last presenter? $3.90.
You have any thoughts on why the public in Craftsbury is fine with supporting your library at a much higher rate than perhaps the folks in Cornwall are?
I have a lot of thoughts, certainly, about that. But also it's worth noting that for a library in a town of 1,200 that is an entirely independent standalone library, that $32 per person for the tax rate is still only about 40% of our budget. We get 40% of our budget from the local taxes. And the rest of that comes partly from an endowment and partly from fundraising and grant writing. So about a third of the budget comes from fundraising that's supposed to fall under the purview of the board, but a fair amount of the day-to-day work of that falls to me, and the grant writing, which falls to me as well. And why is it that Craftsbury is willing to pay that much more? I think because Craftsbury over the years has seen a return on that investment. I think Craftsbury at one point was a small little building that housed a book collection. And we had an incredibly visionary librarian before me who was able, over the course of 27 years, to incrementally make those changes. She did something more, and then she was able to go to the town to say, we need more. Did you hear? Now we're doing all of these things. And she did that slowly over time, and that made a big difference.
Thank you, Susan. I want to just being mindful that we'll have more chance to talk later and that we do have guests. I want to move on to our next individual. I don't want to cut short the conversation, but I want to be sure that we hear from Dana Hart, who is our next presenter. She is coming to us from the Ilsley Public Library, and I believe she's here. Dana, you want to come on camera if you have one?
Yeah. For some reason, it's not. Can you hear me, first of all?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay. I'm clicking the turn camera on button, but it is not letting me for some reason. I do have a camera.
Well, don't let that stop you.
But so why don't I just get started and maybe my camera will decide to turn on. Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Hart. As Kathy said, I'm the director of the Ilsley Public Library in Middlebury. I won't read my testimony or review it in too much detail because I think you've all had a chance to look at it. But I'll highlight that I think Ilsley is pretty well staffed, which I don't know that many of my colleagues would feel comfortable saying about their own libraries. A lot of the librarians I speak with in Addison County and around the state seem to struggle with staffing and could really use more staff support. Obviously, everyone could always use more, and if it was up to me, you know, I'd add another person to our library staff here in Middlebury. But generally speaking, we have enough people to staff our building, to purchase our books, to plan our programs, and we have staffing hours beyond that, which allows us to get out into the community and really meet people where we are. So it felt important to me to be here to answer questions and offer testimony representing, I think, what can happen when a community funds their library with an amount appropriate to staff a library building. Let's see. I suppose the other big point of my testimony, or something that I think about a lot, is even in a community that supports its library like Middlebury, a lot of people still don't have a great understanding of all the work that goes into running a library. I think this gets back to the problem of a lot of people see a library and they see books, and all the work that goes on behind the scenes. If it's not seen, it's not real to them. And this became really apparent to me during the pandemic, when we shifted to when the library building closed for a number of weeks and we shifted to remote work. And so many people, even some of my own trustees, were sort of asking me, well, how are you and the staff working remotely? How is that possible if you're a librarian? There's still a perception that if you're not on a public service desk, what are you doing? So I think for me, a priority over the past few years has been trying to communicate to my trustees and my select board and the community why we need the staff that we have and what that staffing is able to achieve for the Middlebury community. I suppose I would prefer to just open it up for questions rather than review the testimony that I've already submitted, if that's okay.
That is absolutely okay. And so we will do that. Dana, thanks for being here today.
Sure.
And thanks for being willing to talk with us and field questions. So members of the working group, does anyone have questions for Dana? Meg.
Hi, thanks, Dana. My camera's not working either, just as an aside. So I'm not sure what's up with that. So you're not the only one. My question is, I just did look on your website and looked at your staffing page, and you have a wonderfully robust staff. From doing all from the administrative assistant work to the janitorial work to the youth services department. I'm curious if the library is able to provide a robust benefits package and a livable wage, because that's been coming up in some of our questions and testimony today.
Yeah, that's a great question. We do have a benefits package for all full-time library staff. Part-time staff do not get benefits, and the town defines part-time as anything 20 hours or less a week. Middlebury has a union, so library staff, about half of the library staff are members of the municipality's union, which I think is, of course, to their benefit, and probably to all library staff's benefit, because those union employees are, of course, part of the bargaining group, and they get regularly scheduled step increases and cost of living increases as part of their union contract. And that kind of pulls up salary across the board, I would hear. And what I mean by that is sorry, I'm just thinking about how I want to phrase this. Ilsley has 4 MLIS degree holding librarians who are not part of the union because they are considered management, and they did not have step increases. They did receive a cost of living increase, but my predecessor was able to go to the town of Middlebury and say, look, the union member librarians' salaries are starting to sort of outstrip the MLIS degree holding librarian salaries, because they're not given these annual step increases. And that was, of course, seen as a problem for retention and offering a competitive salary. And so the town said, you know what, you're right. We'll create a ladder, a compensation ladder, and we'll give annual step increases to all full-time library staff, not just union. So that really worked to the non-union staff's benefit as well. But yes, I would, I don't know that I would say our wages are super competitive, but they're livable, they're comfortable, and we have full benefits for full-time staff.
That's really insightful, Dana. And are some of those, just as a follow-up, some of the benefits, do they also include opportunities for full-time staff, which I'm hearing are anyone 20 hours and above, to contribute to a 403 or 401 or any sort of pension opportunities?
Yes. Full-time staff have the opportunity to contribute to a, gosh, I can't remember if it's a 401(3)(b), or I'm not sure exactly what it is, but yes, there is that option, and the town matches. I'll have to look it up and email the group what that number is, because I can't remember what the match is.
Well, I appreciate that, Dana. That's super insightful. Thank you.
See a hand up, and it belongs to Susan O'Connell. Susan.
Hey, Dana, I'm wondering if you could talk about volunteer usage. I don't see anything about volunteers in your testimony, and I wonder whether the ILSLA uses volunteers.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. I think I might have touched on it very briefly in my testimony, mostly just to say that I feel pretty strongly that libraries should not be staffed with volunteers alone, or even for the majority of what I think should be staff support. ILSLA does have volunteers. However, they're only project-based. So someone will volunteer to work on a project with a clear end date. And when that end date comes, we try and find a new project, or they take a hiatus from their library volunteership until something appropriate comes up again. What we don't do is we don't staff the public service desk with volunteers, and we don't really have long-term ongoing volunteers that come in to do things like discharge or shelving or things like that. We did used to have volunteers that would staff the desk. That was a decision I made a couple of years ago, that we weren't going to continue with that. For such a public-facing and important position, it just seemed to me that the community would be better served with a paid professional that engages in the annual review process, and that we just have that has more of a commitment generally to being here. So we do use volunteers, but like I said, it's generally project-based. There is also an organization, the Friends of the ILSLA Public Library, which is a 501c3. And they're a separate entity, of course, and they're kind of the fundraising arm of the library, and they're 100% volunteer-based organization. So when someone comes and says, I really want to volunteer at the library, what can I do? I oftentimes say to them, you should get connected with the Friends of the Library, because they do a monthly book sale, and they do all sorts of great things that benefit the library. And that's a great way for volunteers to give back to their public library in Middlebury.
Thank you, Dana. We have about 3 minutes left, and I thought I just saw a hand up, and then I feel like it disappeared. Whose was it?
It was mine, and my question got answered.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Wendy.
I'll just add, sorry, one more thing about the volunteers is one of my concerns also about having volunteers on the desk or doing regular recurring duties is just that it misrepresents to the town what it costs to run the library. And I don't know that really serves anyone long term to say we can offer this level of service at this budget, when the reality is you could have dozens or even hundreds of volunteer hours a week that that you can't truly count on in the same way that you can a paid position.
Thank you, Dana. I read your testimony, and I was, I thought coming from San Francisco Public Library, where I had worked previously, I found it interesting in the final portion of your written testimony, Dana, you talked about the increased needs communities have for social workers, social service connections, really. And that's something I know quite a lot about, having worked at SFPL, where we had the first social worker in the first licensed social worker in a library setting in the country.
Wow.
Yeah, and I worked right next to her. I was so fortunate. I learned so much about limit setting. She would always be telling me, their emergency is not your emergency, Kathy. Like you have to limit how much you can care. We had such great need that our community members, some of them had such great need. It it was really wonderful to have someone there who understood that and could connect them with resources. So it's an interesting suggestion, and I hadn't heard that yet from librarians in Vermont, but I thought it was great that you included that, which in your setting, you've noticed this type of need. And I'm wondering how big of a need do you see it to be in Middlebury and the other communities you serve?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not quite sure how to answer it because the truth is I don't know that we're there yet. I don't know that we need someone that's a trained or certified social worker on our staff yet. But that seems to be the way things are going, in my opinion. We have a homeless shelter here in Middlebury, and so there's a pretty large rotating population of people experiencing homelessness. We have the Turning Point Center in Middlebury, so there's a pretty significant portion of people at some point in their recovery that seek help there. And of course, we're a rural area, and there are plenty of people everywhere in the world that have moments of crisis. So it's growing, is all I can say. It is an issue here. It's something that we deal with. I don't know that we need to go out and get a full-time staff member to support this need right now. But since we're going through this process right now, planning a new library building, and we're thinking really big and long term. And that's something that I think in the next, 5, 10, 20 years, we'll definitely see a greater need for at the library. And maybe there's a way to do that without hiring a librarian that has that training. We have counseling services of Addison County. Maybe there's a way we could have someone set up shop in the library from CSAC for 10 hours a week or something like that. There's probably lots of creative ways to do it short of jumping in with a full-time staff member, but I see the need growing, and I think it'll continue in that direction.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that. Art, I'm going to keep on schedule, and our next guest is here. So I'm going to thank Dana for her participation and for the written testimony that she provided. And Dana, you're welcome to stay, of course, as long as you wish. And I'm going to invite Deb Chamberlain here. Deb's on screen, and Deb is our library director from Russell Memorial Library in North Ferrisburg, and actually was out visiting Deb recently, and she has a great new library space with beautiful view and sadly some sheep that keep showing up. But Deb, please, we'd love to hear from you today on the topic of staffing.
Thank you.
And let me share just one thing. You'll have 15 minutes to share today. About 10 minutes of it, up to 10 minutes of it, you could be sharing, and then we'll ask questions for whatever part you don't use of that.
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me. And the sheep problem has been solved. I want to share that. The individual kept saying he couldn't afford the fencing. So one of our board members' spouses came up with some free fencing and went ahead and offered to repair that. So that got taken care of before our 2 summer events that we were concerned about having people have to walk through sheep dung. So I wanted to respond to, the idea of how staffing affects us. And one of the things that I realized after I did some thinking was how we've been in this new space for 1 year, but it used to be a 1-room library, and you could see everything. You could look over your shoulder and see if a book was in, and there wasn't a lot of space for large groups to come or visit. And it was, it wasn't utilized that well. And then with COVID, it got utilized even less, and everything was not, we didn't have a social distancing possibility. So people, they had pickup at the door. And so none of this was really an issue because it was still easy enough to serve everyone with one person. But now with our new building, I'm seeing so many ways that we could use more staff. And yesterday was a good example of that when I had just 12 people come in, but 4 people wanted a new card. there were families that wanted to pick up these family fun kits from the United Way. There were patrons that needed help, new patrons that couldn't find things. And it's hard to spread yourself that thin, even in a, smallish library, which is now a little over 1,200 square feet, but it's a more vital and exciting place to be. So we have a lot more folks coming in. And one of the ways I was able to remedy this somewhat is by inviting some new volunteers. And I have a wonderful adult volunteer that's here one day a week, one shift a week, and more if needed. And I have 3 new young volunteers. And that has taken some of the heat off, because obviously if you're a one-person library, there's one person per shift. You still have things like, oh, the bathroom needs toilet paper. Oh, the trash needs taking out. And all these things are occurring during your allotment of 4 hours, which is the length of the shift. And one of the things I'm finding is that the budget that we wrote a year ago is now, seems somewhat inadequate for the amount of work that we've suddenly feel responsible for. And then we have vacation. People want to take off a day or 2 or a week, and we need help for vacation coverage during the open hours. So that's a whole nother piece. And I think one of the, ways that we can remedy this is by possibly hiring a couple people to just fill in, or work a half a shift, find a few more adult volunteers that are willing to do things. But that does involve training, and that's another piece of it. You have to train folks and make sure their knowledge base is at adequate a level that they can actually help you, and not, because there is some time spent supervising some of these volunteers as well. One of the other things I was thinking about is the one time in my life where I really felt like I was doing the work with enough staff. And unfortunately, that was quite a while ago. For 25 years, I was the school librarian in 2 different schools. And I was hired to work 4 days a week, 2 days in each building. And as any of you know that have worked in a school library or any part-time positions in a school, often they're getting way more than the time they're paying for. The amount of work that you do is, if you're not doing the work, you're probably thinking about what you need to do for the work. But when I first began at that position, I had an assistant who was there more than I was. And it was delightful, because when I didn't complete the work in the 2 days that was given to me for that building, I was able to have that person, I'd make a list of what the tasks were, and she was able to complete those for me. And she was there 5 days a week, whereas I only had the 2. And unfortunately, these things don't last the way budgets are. And she also happened to be exceptional and ended up becoming trained so well, and took some courses and got her own library at one point and moved on. But after that, I got another terrific, intelligent, sassy, great assistant who was more than adequate to help me. So I think that part of this whole thing with the staffing is that public libraries are so much more than they used to be. And I'm sure that's a conversation you've already had today. We just have so many little initiatives here and there. Our programming, a site for maybe a mentor and mentee that want to have some time after school and talk and do an activity, a place to pick up the free offerings that we have, or perhaps just a browse around or meet a friend and chat. We're fortunate that we have this beautiful outdoor space that people have chosen to visit and hang out and look at the sunset or have a cup of coffee together. One day I looked out and I saw a couple sitting at our picnic table, and I wondered if they needed something, and I popped out to say, "Hi, can I help you today?" And they said, "Oh, we're not here for the library. We're just eating our lunch and enjoying your view." So we're spread pretty thin, but we are really feeling quite lucky because we can share this outstanding new space. And we had our annual Strawberry Festival the weekend of June 29th, and it's the first time we've been able to host it on site. And it's been going on for over 30 years. And so we had our book sale in the town hall community room upstairs, and outside we had a 4-piece jazz band, strawberries, ice cream, and cake, hot dogs, and we borrowed umbrellas and borrowed some tents, and it was a community event that was quite memorable and enjoyable for all. So that's about all I have to say. I'm happy to hear questions.
Well, thank you, Deb, for being here today and for sharing your experiences with us. And the working group is looking at public librarianship and school librarianship. So you've had a foot in both worlds. Now you're firmly in the public library world, but all of that experience in the school library is helpful. And so thank you for sharing that testimony that you've shared and for highlighting the importance of the people to help the school media specialist get things done on the other days. That's something we've heard from others. I want to open it up to folks from the working group. I've had the pleasure of talking with you before, but I'm not sure that I want to give them their chance.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any hands come up. So I'll ask you a question. You said something just now that really resonated with me about how the needs for staffing changed considerably when you went from the small library to the large library. So I wonder if you could share a little bit more about that.
Well, it became more prevalent for people to come in and hang out and spend time and not just swing by, grab a book and go. And it's become more of a destination. And we have a number of elderly patrons who have the expectation, and I'm glad they have that expectation, to have contact with someone. And they may only see me and my colleagues and the person in the post office. And that's sort of a routine for them. And we want that. We welcome that opportunity to be that contact and to have those conversations and maybe talk about the news of the day or what's happening in town or what services they might be able to get from us. And so with so many new services like Overdrive and interlibrary loan, it takes time to explain and share the information about those. So
That's really helpful to hear. For folks who haven't been over to Deb's library, the Russell Memorial Library, it moved into a building with the town hall, right, Deb? So really that co-location is bringing people who might not have shown up at the prior location.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a really an interesting change in how things are set up in the town.
Yep. It's brought people through the door, and oftentimes when they aren't open and I'm here, I can hear them and they come downstairs and ask me, how can I meet with the town clerk and so on? And I'm happy to, help. I'm giving out, it's like a reference question. When are they open? When can I vote? I I need a dog license, those sorts of things. So happy to help.
Are there any last questions for Deb before for our next community member shares? I just want to thank you, Deb. It's been great to see you. It was great to meet you in person, and I love seeing your face again on our call. So thanks for coming and sharing your story with us.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, our next presenter is going to be Denise Hersey. And Denise, if you could help explain which groups at UVM that you're representing in your presentation, that would be helpful, because I'm sure I'm going to get it wrong if I try.
No, that's fine. So the testimony was compiled by a group known as the Dean's Council, which is comprised of the dean of the libraries plus the directors of the different departments that comprise the library system. You want me to just start? Or?
Yeah, please do. You can start now, and it's exactly 12, so you'll have 15 minutes.
Sure. So I'll sort of summarize, because I think you can read the testimony itself, but I know we are a very different type of library than those who have represented the libraries we've heard some from thus far. But as you can see from the testimony, our staffing numbers have declined quite considerably by 25% from just a little over 10 years ago. And that has a lot to do with our budgetary changes, especially. I should note that our staff include both professional librarians who are often hired as faculty members. We have faculty status at UVM, and we have library staff as well. Basically, we also staff 3 buildings. So there's the Howe Library, the Dana Medical Library, and the Silver Special Collections Library. So we're also managing operations and spaces as well. Actually, and during the pandemic, there was a hiring freeze, which was not atypical for most academic libraries and colleges and universities in general during the pandemic. And we currently have, I think at last count, 17 open positions or soon to be open positions, which is a considerable number from the original 76. And as a result, we're trying to do some strategic staff planning. We've hired a consultant, Maureen Sullivan, to help us with that, because we're trying to align our services in ways that we feel would be most supportive to the changing environment that is academia going forward. So even if we come up with a plan for what to do with those 17 positions and how they should be posted, it's unlikely we're going to get all of those actually filled anytime within the next year. That being said, too, it's been difficult, and I think we've been hearing this, it's difficult to hire people. For instance, we've had a number of searches over the past year for which we've made offers and people have declined, primarily because if they come, they'd be taking a pay cut. And even if they were willing to do that, the cost of living here has gotten so high that they would be losing money by coming to live in Vermont. Sorry, I'm also looking at my notes too. Right, and if we were to compare ourselves to our peer institutions, which you might think of as flagship institutions for other states, we're not staffed at similar levels, which means we can't actually provide a variety of services like a robust digital collections and digital preservation services, for instance. We are really low on IT library staffing as well. So it doesn't allow us to innovate as much as we could, which would make us more efficient and give us the ability to support not only the university community, but the state as well. And then, so that leads us to question whether we're really sufficiently staffed to play a leadership role in the state, even though we would really like to. And hearing what everyone's needs are has been helpful to me and probably my colleague, Maria Avery, who's here as well. But we're not sure if, as the state flagship university library, we'll be able to really do what we would like to help everyone in the state. We will say that just about all library staff are unionized. faculty have a union and staff now have a union too. You may have read they recently unionized successfully. A number of us are exempt because of management positions. And the benefits are pretty good. The compensation is weak compared to our peers. And I've already mentioned the concerns we have with the cost of living in Vermont. Professional development wise, because librarians are faculty, they actually get professional development funding as it's negotiated for faculty on campus, which is actually pretty generous. And I believe that the staff union is trying to negotiate, or maybe already has, we haven't yet seen the actual contract, but I think we will soon, some professional development funding for staff as well. And because we're going to be using our staff planning to create what are likely to be new positions that would offer new services, we're going to need to be sure we can support professional development and training for those new services as well. We do have internship opportunities. So if there are local individuals who are trying to get an MLS or MLIS and they're in that kind of program, we have supported internship opportunities for them. And we have volunteer opportunities, but the definition of volunteerism on campus is really strict. So we're not likely to use volunteers very readily in the libraries. I will say too, and I didn't note this in here, but over the past year, we've had a difficult time hiring into our circulation departments, and that has resulted on a few occasions, changes in our open hours. We have not been able, at least the Howe Library, which is what we consider our main library on campus, has had to cut their hours as a result. So any questions?
Thanks, Denise, for sharing. Working group members, do you have questions for Denise? I'll get started with a question. I'm curious, for me, the topic of staffing directly relates to the topic of service. Mm-hmm. What service are we providing? When we look at staffing in terms of just without that context, it always feels a little bit funny, sort of. So for me to hear that the Howe Library has had to cut public service hours, cut open hours to the community, that's a really significant aspect. I mean, of course, if you are having 17 positions that are vacant, that's really impactful to staff. That the staffing has gotten to such a level that the hours have had to change. As far as the hours that the Howe Library would be open to the UVM community and to the public. I wonder if you can talk a little bit more about that and what informed the decisions, if you're aware of it, or sort of how that's impacted the people that you serve.
I'm not really sure how it impacts the people that we serve per se, although, it really, because we're open long hours on weekends and, through the evenings as well. I think it was primarily the weekend hours and some of the evening hours that were cut. So it's, at the time, I think it probably affected some students, especially who wanted to work on the evenings or in the evenings. Now, the medical library was open those hours, so we just had to try to make sure people were aware there was another facility. That being said, we don't have the same materials. So if you're looking to get a specific book, you're not going to get it at that point. And then there are collections. So for instance, our government documents collection, we haven't had a government documents librarian in a number of years. We have a librarian who's taken on that work as part of what she already has, which is a full-time job, just so that there's somebody who's familiar with it. We have a maps collection that is basically lying moribund for years. We just don't have anyone who can manage it. When somebody left, they were never replaced. And then we have, the need for new services. Like there's so much work going on with data in universities, whether that's, and when we're trying to do more support for that. So geographic information services, data visualization, statistical support, qualitative analyses support, so we're trying to pivot to basically support these new needs on campus, which is why we're looking at the open positions. But right now we constantly hear from staff that they are doing 1.5 jobs because so many people left, and either you picked up additional work or some work just isn't getting done. And Maria, if you want to chime in with anything, feel free.
Catherine?
Yes.
Hi, this is Kelly on the phone. I'm sorry if I'm hard to hear. I'm in the car.
We can hear you.
I apologize. Okay, I apologize if this is a loaded question, but you say that the number of staff has been decreasing for the past decade. Do you feel that that has affected the quality of education provided by the university?
I don't think I could say with confidence. I think we feel it has because we do support education. We support classes directly. And it's difficult for us right now. We don't have anyone managing communications, for instance. So there's so many ways we could support. We do support educational efforts, and we have, we're not good at marketing ourselves. I don't know if that's true for librarians in general. I don't believe I had a marketing class in my MLS coursework. But so often when you finally get the opportunity to tell someone what you can do, they're surprised. And it's like, how do you let people know we can do this for you? We do have a liaison model where typically all departments on campus would have a librarian assigned to them. And of course, librarians have multiple departments assigned to them. That's traditional. But because of people leaving and our inability to refill positions, there are departments that do not have librarians assigned at all. So it's definitely affected education, and particularly in some departments and in some colleges. And it also affects, medical education. We've been down in the medical library a number of positions as well. I see Maria's online.
Maria has appeared, so please, Maria, feel free to share your experiences or to follow up with questions for Denise.
Sure. So I think that Kelly is right that it's absolutely a loaded question. But I think also to be a flagship institution and have librarians, your instructional librarians have to turn classroom teachers and instructors away for courses that they would like to engage the library in whatever capacity that might be, is really telling about the level of staffing that we have. And continually we're engaged in, or we're brought into conversations across campus about other initiatives in the larger campus curriculum. For example, there are some new expansions of our gen ed requirements that's going to have a huge impact on the libraries and our instructional librarians because of the focus on and impact of information literacy that's in these gen ed requirements, which is incredible. It's wonderful, right? We want our students in some of their core classes to be engaging with information literacy, but then how do we continue to support that if we're already feeling like our baseline, we can't even support our baseline. So that, yeah, I definitely think it's a loaded question, and it'll only have a ripple effect as years go on if this continues.
Yeah. And I think, one example is I was hired to be the director of the medical library. I'm now the director of the medical library, another department on campus, and I work as a liaison to multiple clinical departments because we just don't have enough people. And, we get questions from students who are doing qualitative research. They're doing mixed methods research and have no one to go to for support. So they come to us and we cobble together as much expertise as we can. But we're really kind of doing a lot of these things on the fly. So
let's hear from Meg Allison, who has her hand raised.
Hi, great, thank you. I just have a clarifying question around the open positions. Are those, do those include salaried, unionized positions, managerial positions, as well as student aid or student worker positions? Like
they're
what
all,
positions are
yeah,
available?
no student positions. They do not include student positions. They're all staff, faculty positions.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Meg. I wrote down a question and I can't find it. Oh, here it is. One, and you can think about this and we can pick it up later in our conversation, because I know it's now 12:15 and I'm striving to be a chair who runs the meeting on time. But I'm curious how you at UVM envision what recommendations would be helpful to you from the working group. I've worked in an academic library only in student positions. And so, just as you might feel, depending on your experience, you might feel like you're really qualified to speak to the recommendations that might be helpful or not, depending on your past experience. In this area, I'm not exactly sure what the working group should be looking at to really capture what your needs are, aside from, the general. It's probable that the pay that you mentioned is you're having a hard time retaining and recruiting staff. So that's one area, but what other things might be helpful to you? And you don't necessarily have to answer now. You could come back later in the conversation with this, but if you have identified anything, that would be really helpful to me to get a better understanding of your needs.
Sure. I guess we don't want to keep people. One thing I would ask people to think about, though, is that as a state institution, I think, I think our president has basically said, he wants to do more to support the community around us, and we can't do that. So not with our staffing levels. So identifying what we could be doing to help the rest of the state and the rest of you, especially the public libraries and the school libraries, would allow us maybe to have the sort of support we need from our campus administrators to staff in a way that really will make a difference to all of you and our community.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's pause there. We're going to have a recess now from 12:17 to 1:30. And then when we come back at 1:30, we have testimony scheduled from 2 more community members, then discussion of the working groups. So we'll have lots of opportunity in that final hour from 2 to 3 to talk. I appreciate everybody's time and ask that you be back at your computers at 1:30. And if you could if you have a camera, turn it on, or raise your hand so that I can kind of get a gauge of who's here before we open up the meeting again and go into our after recess agenda items. Okay. Thank you. Stay hydrated, keep cool, eat something. Thank you. We've got a bunch of folks from the Department of Libraries here. I see Jeanette and Tom, April and Jonathan, who's busy upstairs in our building boxing up books to go out for book awards. Tonya and Joy, and then Jesse's on camera. Jeanette just joined us, Jeanette Bear. Got multi-Jeanettes right now in this call, this meeting.
It's unusual.
It's a little unusual. Well, I want to be respectful of our community members who are joining us to share their experiences and their, hey, Christopher. So folks, I just want to be respectful of time, and it's 1:31 on my clock, so I think we're going to jump right in. Thank you, everybody, for coming back after the meal break, and a big thank you to Katie Mail Riordan. Did I do it right? Yes.
You did it right.
Who is here with us today. And Katie, I'll let you introduce yourself. And everyone else, let's go off camera so that Katie is big on the screen. Katie, you'll have 15 minutes of time to share with us what you've prepared or just thoughts as they come to you. Usually what we do is about 10 minutes with you sharing and then about 5 minutes with Q&A. If you wrap up more quickly than 10 minutes, we'll start in with the Q&A sooner.
Good. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Katie Mail Riordan. I am the library director for New Haven Community Library in New Haven, Vermont. Before this, I worked for 4.5 years as a library director for another small rural library in New York State in a lovely, quaint little community called Sackett's Harbor, New York. And that library was a part of a cooperative library system. And I've loved getting the opportunity to work with libraries. I really feel like I've found my passion. So I'm really grateful that I get to share a little bit about my experiences, some of the things that I've witnessed in terms of staffing and what I've experienced being in a different state with some different organizational structure with you today. So first of all, one thing that I have noticed in the hiring process or in helping libraries with the hiring process is that I have yet to come into a process for libraries where they are not challenged with the constraints of an incredibly lean budget and tasked to maximize every single penny beyond their full value. When it comes to hiring staff in rural libraries, especially single staff libraries, it means sometimes that search committees are really looking for hard to find highly skilled, highly qualified candidates that some larger libraries and other industries and fields are able to tackle that challenge by hiring multiple hires to take care of the needs that the organization might have. Job duties that, I've experienced myself as a library director have included, administration tasks, collection, circulation management, collection acquisition, readers advisory, reference research, grant writing, fundraising, social, web and print marketing, janitorial and building care, program coordination, volunteer recruitment, IT management, training, community engagement. Sure that you've heard this already from some other people, but there's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it. I feel like it's pretty hard to find that person that has that level of skill, let alone be able to compensate them for the full value of their skill set that they're going to be able to bring to the table when applying to that job. Add to that libraries are continuing to innovate and think of new ways that they can give better access to community, more equitable access to communities. These oftentimes come with new technologies that we're having to learn and then be able to educate the community about. These are adding on more hours, more times, more things that we have to know, sometimes adding on additional skills we have to learn in order to be able to do that task. And then, something that was required in New York State that, we don't have in Vermont. New York State requires that libraries meet a certain level of minimum standards. One of them is programming, and we know here in Vermont that a lot of libraries really are bolstering their programming efforts. It means that there's a lot going on at libraries. That's, summer reading for patrons of all ages, hosting maker spaces, Lego clubs, book clubs, cookbook clubs, guest speakers, film series, all sorts of programs. And, as you continue to add those things on for a very small staffed library, single staff library, it really starts to feel like your tasks are like a big TBR pile that's ready to topple over that you just cannot keep up with. It can be very challenging at times. You know, one way that I've seen libraries combat this that really just feels like a Band-Aid over a wound that's not going to heal properly is that we're using volunteer supports, and volunteer programs are such a wonderful way to incorporate the community into our mission and what we do. But like we saw with COVID-19, it became, and when it was unsafe for volunteers to enter the building, tasks that were typically assigned to volunteers came back to staff, and areas of work that became possible because of volunteer support became impossible. And I think in some instances, this kind of laid bare that a lot of libraries were really relying on overzealously using volunteer support to keep library services running, and to keep staff being able to provide the level of service that they were able to provide. Another thing that I have particularly noticed is that at least in Vermont, this wasn't something that I saw in New York State, but as employers decide or are required to give leave for childbirth, illnesses, family care emergencies, sick leave for COVID-19, some libraries are at a greater disadvantage of weathering those storms due to their lack of forethought of adopting policies and plans that take these issues into consideration before they become law or unavoidable consideration. I think sometimes because these conversations aren't being had before they have to be had, you know, you're missing out on opportunities that might to hire staff that might be looking for those benefits when they're applying to jobs. And I also think that that level of dependence that is needed for a person, where they might not feel that they can take time off when they have an emergency because it's not a guaranteed safety net for them in their job, really kind of puts a level of dependence upon them that is going to burn your staff out. And what's worse about that is that any type of shift, you know, at a smaller organization, when your director leaves and you're a very small library or single staff library, that is much more keenly felt than perhaps with a library that has 4 or 5 staff on hand who have enough people where they can kind of split tasks to be able to handle the loss of an employee until a new one is hired. We do have substitutes that we use, and these are really great things that we do for short-term leaves or emergency sickness. We have about 4 or 5 substitutes that we keep on hand. I train them on basic circulation tasks and then bring them in for periodic training when they need it. And it covers, you know, planned vacations, emergency sick leave really great, but it still doesn't solve that level of dependency that the organization has on me for, you know, having a quote unquote perfect attendance overall for my job. One thing I really appreciate about what Vermont is doing for their librarians is the public librarianship certification program. You know, as a new hire in New York State, I came from a not-for-profit position with some library experience from college, but it was a huge learning curve for me. I got a couple days of director orientation, some basic catalog training, and it was just entering items. It wasn't like making mark records and all that good stuff. And access to continuing education that were like 1 or 2 day programs. So it was pretty limited. So I really appreciate this more rigorous process that Vermont has for non-MLIS staff to go through, because I think it's giving us a framework for the how and why of librarianship. And I know through the classes I've taken already that I really feel like I've learned a lot that's helped me be a better director for the library. Another support that I found in New York State that was helpful was that the library I worked for was a member of the North Country Library System, and that was what we call a cooperative library system. So this type of system brought 65 libraries together from 4 adjacent counties into a consortial relationship. And they would do lots of things. They would do interlibrary loan IT support, consulting from MLIS professionals. They would catalog our materials, so they would make those mark records, and then obviously the workshops. The greatest thing about this was that it provided us with the opportunity to have access to services that we wouldn't have because we couldn't afford them, and we could pay for them with collective agreement. Although a large part of the system's budget did come from system aid or from state funding. But the other thing about that was that some of these times these advantages came at a cost. You know, the system really tried to standardize a lot of the library's operations that included universal cards, returning borrowed titles to non-home libraries, requiring all new items to go out in transit to whoever put them on hold. So I might not see my new titles on my shelf because they would already be put on hold at, you know, any of the 65 libraries in the 4 counties, things like that. You know, for me, that situation didn't allow me to be able to respond to my community needs as dynamically as I wanted to be able to. And so I have really come to appreciate the autonomy, the true autonomy and independence that New Haven has when making decisions, because I feel like I really can respond to the needs of my community so well. So I think I'll stop there because I think I'm just over my 10 minutes, and I will let you ask any questions that you have of me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for preparing this testimony and sharing it with the group. Working group members, does anyone have questions for Katie today? Or comments on what she has shared? I'll just jump in and say I'm really interested to learn more about the structures in different states. And I'm glad that you raised that during your comments today. I think that that's something that it would be helpful for us to look at as a working group. So thank you for sharing kind of the experience you had, the pros and the cons of that. Oh, Susan.
Hi, I'll reiterate that it's really interesting to hear about your experience in New York, particularly what worked well and what did not work well. I'm interested in the governance system. Was there a local board that governed the library in New York, or where did the decision making lay with that library?
Sure. So for cooperative systems, the system would have its own board that would oversee the system function. And then every single library would have to sign a membership agreement to be a part of the system. But every single library would still remain autonomous to make their own decisions about policies, budgets, certain things. And so it on paper, it sounds like, oh, everybody's completely autonomous. And for the most part, you would. But because of trying to like simplify and streamline services and stuff, you know, there was a lot of trying to standardize services across every single library. And in 4 counties is a lot. Like if you look at the North Country Library system on the New York State map, it's the largest one geographically. And so I think the biggest challenge that particular system struggled to find was, how do we standardize practices realistically while still allowing our independent autonomous libraries to remain independent, autonomous, to make the best decisions for their communities.
Right. That's the sweet spot right there, is figuring that out. Exactly. Yeah. Do you have a sense of the size of the service area of the North Country cooperative system?
In terms of like population size, or?
Yes. I'm wondering like how that system would compare to the whole state of Vermont, basically.
I would maybe say maybe like a third of the population. I don't know. I don't want to quote, but I know like, so Watertown, which is the central library for the North Country Library system, has about, I think, is like half the population size of Burlington. So there's 20,000 there. But then we also have like Ogdensburg, Potsdam is a part of that. Oswego hits into that. So I'd have to really look at harder. I would feel wouldn't feel confident giving you a number, but
Yeah.
it spans quite a lot. And the interesting thing about the North Country Library System, or where I came from, very much so a geographically isolated libraries, where I feel like a lot of the same challenges that a lot of Vermont libraries are dealing with were the exact same issues that we were running into, just based off of how where we were geographically located in the state.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I did a study of libraries in Ireland and County Kerry, which is also geographically very isolated.
Yeah.
But there is no, it's one central system, and there is no autonomy within the individual libraries at all. So finding that sweet spot is what I think what we need to do.
There are in New York State, there are a few what they call federated system, like a Buffalo Erie County is a federated system. And so their system, at the system level, they make all the decisions, and then they pass those down to the quote unquote branches.
I see. Yep.
So most of New York are all cooperative systems. I think New York City has its own style. I can't remember the name of what kind of system they are, but there are a few federated systems up in upstate New York.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Katie. Since our final person providing testimony is a member of our working group, I'm gonna give a couple more minutes for questions, because I see Jeanette came on screen, which usually means that she's got something to say, and she was on screen before Wendy raised her hand. So I'm going to go Jeanette and then Wendy.
Hi, thanks. Katie, I was curious about the cooperative system. You mentioned, for instance, that new books had to be loaned to other libraries as soon as they came in, that kind of thing. Is there a coordinating rule that each library within the system, say, have a minimum of a $5,000 book budget, or some minimum materials budget to be in the cooperative to then loan their materials?
There is not. There was no type of dollar minimum that was required to be a part of the cooperative. And really, that's to the benefit of the more rural libraries, because what New York State does. So for instance, like New York State basically provides the funding to do things like transit, which individual libraries are currently paying for in Vermont, where, we didn't even think about it. The system just handled that for us. So, I mean, it was really to a lot of rural libraries' benefits to have that. And your cooperative system did not have to make that decision. It just seemed that this particular system was very keen on that idea from thinking that, if every book wasn't, only for local patrons only, we could get through the hold list quicker, which is true. But when larger libraries are going to have like 20 holds on it, and it means that rural libraries were often seeing their new in shelves like bare and having struggled to getting access to their patrons first. That was just a particular choice that they made. And it's one of those challenges where you've got 65 libraries and like half are on board, half are not. And they're kind of having this like very spirited debate about the merits or the like absolute anarchy of this new process.
Yeah, I worked in a county in New Jersey, and the individual libraries had boards, and my recollection is then there was like an Uber board, and it was a really interesting dynamic, and it was opt-in. And so working group, let's think about what we'd like to investigate about other locations, and just after we finish up with our testimony. Our last question is from Wendy Sharkey.
Katie, I'd like to ask something about the funding. You said a lot of it came from New York State itself, but did the members have to pay a fee to belong to the group?
Well, they didn't have to pay a fee per se to belong to the system, but there were certain services that the system provided that we would pay into. So for instance, we had to pay for the automation of our libraries, which I think, it could yes, so automation for our library, some IT work we had to pay for. And then sometimes the system would handle things that like Vermont, the state library does, like the public movie licenses. Our system also handled getting that through Swank, and we would pay them to do that. I want to say, if you looked at the North Country Library System budget, I want to say that in their income, you would see about $100,000 came in of revenue from the member libraries. But I mean, they're like a $1.5 million system, and like I would say like $1.1 million came from state aid. That's the bulk of their funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, well, Katie, thank you so much for joining us today. Your testimony sparked a lot of interest, and as I hoped it would. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's really helpful to have your perspective as someone new to Vermont libraries, and we really appreciate your coming today.
Thank you so much.
And you're welcome to stay, but you're welcome to stay as long as you like for the rest of the meeting. It's an open meeting. So thank you so much. And we're going to move now to our final testimony for today on the topic of staffing. And Meg Allison is here, and Meg, I'm not sure if her camera's working, so I think I
think it is working because I refreshed Microsoft. I think it is. I have it on.
I can see it.
you.
It might be
Okay,
the
great.
Teams quirk where occasionally some people show up and some people don't for
Okay.
individuals.
I don't
had
get to see
refresh it when
me.
I logged back in, so I apologize for being late. I was waiting to hear. I was like, wait, maybe I'll refresh it. So librarians do, right? We refresh things, we turn things off, count to 10, and it worked.
Yeah,
So
apparently I should refresh because I can't see you still. But Meg, it would be great for you to introduce yourself and to share testimony. We really appreciate your doing that.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity, Kathy, and the Library Working Group, and I'll be brief. I just do want to highlight some concerns of Vermont school librarians, and first point you in the direction of Peter Langella's powerful testimony that he submitted in written format on the website, which really, in a nutshell, shows that from 2007 to 2019, pre-pandemic numbers, we've seen a loss of about 10% of school librarians throughout the state. That likely mirrors declines in student enrollments, but there's been that's a cause and effect. That's an educated guess. But the more alarming data is in that same time period of 10 years, we've seen a decrease of 47% of school library support staff, full-time equivalency. So again, about 50% of support staff in our school libraries have dropped in numbers. We do have, luckily, Vermont education quality standards that do say that schools that have up to 300 students or more than 300 students, over 300 students, need to have at least one full-time library media specialist and sufficient staff to implement a program, right, that supports literacy, information, and technology standards. So that's a really gray area, sufficient staff. Of course, that can be taken as we don't need any staff to we need a full-time support staff for our school librarians. And so in my role in VISLA has been, my observations have been that varies very, very widely. It can be based on the support of a building administrator or a superintendent or a school board, or just the profound advocacy talents of an individual school librarian or a librarian team at a district level. But it's certainly not any standard across the board for school library support staff. And what Peter does point out is that his best guess is that districts that educate higher percentages of low income and rural students, as well as districts who have the highest percentages of English language learners, have been the most impacted by these staffing changes. And so he is asking the committee to really look at strict staffing baselines and equity goals for school libraries. And so, and just just to wrap up a few points from my own experience, I don't have any written testimony, is why does this matter for school librarians? The declining trend of support staff. School librarians have seen, we have to advocate for our very value in our schools. I mean, I don't see my math teachers or my science teachers spending a lot of time on advocacy for their worth and their value and their impact on student achievement and learning outcomes. And that seems to be a big job of what school librarians do in our school ecosystems, which makes our role in those schools somewhat unique. I do have to be savvy about marketing the library programming and sending out newsletters and having a robust Instagram page. And so the community knows and values what we do, because by default, they value what happens in the other departments, more or less, not by default. The arts are not always as valued, as we know, as the other departments. School librarians, just in our world, we operate on fixed or flexible schedules. And what that means is most elementary schools and some middle school libraries have fixed schedules, which means they are teaching classes at the set time every day. They might have duties assigned to them. They have a very structured schedule. And high school librarians or secondary librarians typically have flexible schedules. And that's the case for me at U32, where we have a very flexibly scheduled open library policy. Kids can come and go based on whether they have free bands or blocks, but that does allow the teacher librarians. I think of myself as a teacher librarian, not a library media specialist, because I have a master's in education, to be able to embed our instruction with content level teachers, as well as provide on-demand library and information technology and literacy support in our classroom space in the library. So that to me is the ideal version. And just for reference, I work at U32. I didn't introduce myself. I'm sorry, Kathy. Been on the working group now for a year. But I work at U32 Middle and High School in East Montpelier, Vermont. We have 750 students, and I'm considered part of the faculty. We have 2 full-time teacher librarians or school library media specialists, and we have reduced, we do have support, but it's been reduced to 50%. Admin support, we used to have 100% pre-pandemic. So I think what we'll find is, like, geographically and across districts, there's a lot of variety in terms of support that school librarians get. And the pandemic really upended things for school librarians. A lot of libraries, school librarians were pulled to be substitute teachers, the libraries were turned into ad hoc cafeterias to spread students out, and things really shifted. And so as we go back into our 3rd full year of pandemic teaching and learning, a lot of school librarians are finding that they really need to advocate for the support staff, because our services and our knowledge was so in need during the shift to a lot of online learning. And as we come back, providing trauma-informed school library programs and trauma-informed school library spaces for a large student population of our student body that is traumatized by not just the pandemic, but by a world that seems increasingly fraught and tenuous for them. So, we're constantly learning about how to best meet our student needs, and we can do that best when we have support staff who will free us up from those clerical duties so that we can be responsive to our faculty, our colleagues, and most importantly, our students. And I'll pause there, and if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to hear them.
Thank you, Meg, for sharing your testimony today, and for connecting with, I know that both you and Karen behind the scenes connect with school librarians to get input from them for so many of our meetings, and we really appreciate that you do that. And I'm sorry Peter wasn't able to be here with us today. For everybody who is here, just know Peter did submit, Peter Langella from Champlain Valley Union High School did submit some testimony, and you can see that it's been posted to the testimony page. I want to make sure everybody has time to ask questions. So working group members, do you have any questions today for Meg? Jeanette?
Hey, Meg. Thanks for testifying and mentioning the education quality standards, which, as I understand, are not being enforced where it comes to staffing in libraries, even the minimum professional staffing, let alone the support staffing. Do you have any recommendations on how education quality standards could be enforced? And I don't know if there's any sort of penalties for being not in compliance. I'll just let you take it from there. Thank you.
That's an interesting question. I don't have a sense of what the penalties might be, Jeanette, unfortunately, for schools that are not in compliance. And of course, as we know, like there's just such a staffing crisis happening right now in Vermont schools that, you know, whether emergency licenses, we have a system of emergency licenses and provisional licenses offered to teaching candidates who might not be fully licensed to fill seats. And so I know that that is a route that superintendents can ask the AOE for in order to have people in front of students and in our classroom spaces. So that is a way to divert from having a fully certified school librarian. Is a superintendent would have to get an emergency and or provisional license. But, you know, I think I'm not sure exactly what the numbers of the pandemic have done. I just looked on School Spring this morning to see how many school librarian positions are out there. And luckily, like it's not as long as it was back in June. We are impacted by contracts. Like I signed my contract, it's due April 30th, and I'm bound to that from looking for other opportunities. So that's something that's, you know, the unions have been looking at to give school librarians and all public educators a little bit more freedom to continue to look for jobs. But in terms of certified staff, boy, I'm sure there's districts, Jeanette, that are out of compliance, and I just don't know what the oversight is on that. I mean, because who's going to know, right? I don't know. I'm sure superintendents and building administrators have to submit data on their staff and faculty. I'm just not aware of it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm sure it does.
I know I, as the public librarian, worked at the school under an emergency permission to have a warm body in the school library for 5 years. However, now with a certified school librarian, a position that was once a 5-day-a-week position at the elementary school has been cut to 1 day a week, which is well under the minimum requirements for staffing. And that's a voluntary thing. They've chosen to cut it to that level.
Right. And so you raised a great point. So the educational quality standards might say, you know, you have to have one certified prorated for under 300 students.
Right.
That's pretty gray area.
Right. Because right now we have 3 elementary schools sharing 1 librarian.
Yep. I might know who that is. I do know of a school librarian who is working at 3 different libraries, and she has to know exactly which book bag she's bringing on what day. And I'm almost certain, you know, that librarian, as well as many others, hold multiple licenses, oftentimes in educational technology. And school librarians are often teaching educational technology skills in classes. And I hope to see that standard will be embedded within a library media endorsement, because so much of our technology skills that we teach are embedded in what we do. Doesn't need to be separate, but it does actually seem to hold a lot of weight for building administrators and faculty to know that their school librarian has multiple endorsements.
But it also raises the question about minimum quality standards for public libraries and minimum staffing at public libraries.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. It's important because it is a demarcation for schools to reach, and they're bound to it. And it ensures that we have licensed, qualified professionals, right, doing the work in our libraries. That's the other point I want to raise, is that UVM does offer a library media sequence program. It's not ALA accredited, but it does allow professionals, or at least graduates with a BA or BS, to pursue endorsement in the school library field, although there's additional coursework that needs to be taken. for education just in general, like child and youth development. But we do have one program in Vermont offered through UVM.
And maybe this is something that we can work towards, is a accreditation process for public libraries as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that would be a dream to have that program in state.
Do any other sorry, Jeanette. Does anyone else in the working group have any comments or questions for Meg? Well, we probably all have comments and questions, but it makes sense, I think, since Meg's in the working group, we're gonna, with everyone's approval, I'm just gonna move along to the discussion of the working group. We're a few minutes late to get into it, but that's more on me than anybody else. So let's just open it up for dialogue. There are some topics that I want to be sure that we talk about. We've just heard a lot of testimony, and today we broke it into 3 clumps just so that we had a little bit more time to digest and think about it. And so I guess if I could ask the working group members, if you are feeling comfortable coming on camera, to just all come back on camera. And let's talk about some of the key themes that we heard today so that we start building some takeaways as we go.
I'll start. I think one big theme that I heard was a need to have a robust benefits and livable wage package for folks working in libraries. And I did hear some themes, especially from Ilsley. I worked at the Kellogg Cupboard Library years ago. We were unionized, so being able to offer competitive and robust salary and benefits, and perhaps working with the VLA or the DOL to come up with some baseline minimums or standards on that.
Thanks, Meg. Andy?
Hello. I got a list of them. I've sort of been trying to categorize stuff, and they're very general, but they range from things, the general categories: volunteers, salaries, staffing, boards, advocacy was one that I noticed a lot, professional development, role of VTDOL and VLA in supporting certain types of collective activities. Then there's sort of subcategories for each of them. The obvious big one is inadequate levels, both for staffing and salaries. With some qualifications where it's inadequate levels relative to perceived peer organizations in the case of UVM, for example. Let me just look here. Benefits being another big category. Local control, I think, that issue of local control versus shared services, I think is what the point was made quite well. And if I didn't say boards, I'll say that, but I got them charted out that I can share later.
Yeah, Andy, let's connect, because it would be helpful for you to share this with me. And we signed you up last meeting to work with me on some high-level summaries, because that seems to be your superpower.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm going that far because it's not my superpower, so it's got to be yours.
One thing that I hadn't heard mentioned today is, in regard to staffing, is safety. With so many of our libraries being single-staffed libraries, such as my own, that's located on a Vermont state highway, that's open for, at some times of the years, 3 hours after dark. There's a significance, and in a town, in an area where the closest law enforcement is over a mountain away. There's significant safety concerns to having single-staffed libraries. Just throwing it out there since it hadn't gotten mentioned.
Christopher?
I think this maybe is more emblematic of my ignorance or low level of education than anything else. But although, of course, I've been following the conversations about consolidating small schools in small towns for a really long time, today was actually the first time that I had heard people talk about the potential to consolidate small libraries or create regional libraries. And of course, I can imagine that that would create a lot of anxiety for small communities who don't have public spaces and rely on their library as perhaps the only public space in town. So I just wanted to throw that out there as something that was surprising to me, although it probably should not have been. I'm also would be very interested in any sort of conversation about how to share best practices around employee policies and livable wages and benefit packages, and whether there would ever be the possibility of creating, either through ALA or some other service, kind of a back office provider of group health insurance or model practices for HR that could help help people not recreate the wheel over and over and over again, or alternatively just give up and say, this is too hard, we're not going to offer robust benefits.
Thank you, Christopher. Denise?
I think Andy might have been before me.
I've already gone, man. You go. I'll go now. I'll go after.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to follow up on what Christopher said, because somebody had brought up the idea of regional libraries or combining libraries and how challenging that would likely be. But it does harken back to the conversations we had about space too, where there were so many librarians discussing how difficult it is to keep up with the problems that they encounter because their spaces are in many ways inadequate or can't be maintained. So it just reminded me that there are multiple problems beyond staffing that might lend themselves towards a serious discussion about combining libraries or regional libraries or something of the sort.
Thanks, Denise. Andy, I'm sorry, I thought yours was an old hand, but it was a new hand, so please.
Let someone go who hasn't gone yet. I don't need to dominate the chatting. So. I do have something to say, but I'm happy to wait.
Let's go. Now I'm confused because Susan and Meg, you're both up, and I don't know who was first because I was so busy making sure I got Andy in.
Well, I don't think we've heard from Susan, and then Andy, you can go again, and then I'll wait my turn.
Okay. I just like to say, let's be very, very careful about even saying the words out loud, consolidating libraries. Every time that comes up, people immediately go to the negative aspects of consolidating schools and what Act 60 did, whether or not we think there were benefits to that. Let's be very, very careful of that. And I would like to say, let's talk about consolidating administration, not consolidating physical space. I think we can retain our independent libraries and reap huge benefits by consolidating some of the administrative tasks. We don't all need an ILS. We don't all need our own bookkeeper. We don't all need a subscription to QuickBooks Online. We can consolidate that stuff, take a lot of burden off individual libraries and boards, but still keep our own independence.
Exactly.
Susan, I want to be sure I get this in writing because the way you just phrased it is perfect. And I'm so glad that we have the recording. So Jesse, mark that minute so that we get that quote and we get the wording right. I think we're going to go to Andy next and then Meg.
Hi again, everybody. Yeah, just to the topic, the current topic, being discussed. I was intrigued by that because we've been doing a project around school consolidation, and it was just intriguing to me, and of course very obvious once it was said, to that link between the local library and the school and the impact of that. And I do think, just to reiterate what other people said, is that this is a great opportunity to perhaps try to come up with a way to facilitate some conversations around the pros and cons to a more systems-based approach, and I like how Susan articulated that too, versus a more strictly local approach to management and stuff like that. It seems like a great way to try to engage both communities and library professionals. So it would be interesting to see if the department could do something like that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was Dana from the Ilsley's discussion of sort of the social service function that many libraries serve. Like that comes up. I'm on the board of the Brownell, for those of you who don't remember, in Essex Junction, and that's something that comes up all the time. It's usually for libraries in denser areas, but between essentially providing after-school childcare to dealing with folks with mental illness. It's an important thing, and I don't know if public librarians communicate with one another, say through VLA or other mechanisms, about how they are addressing the issues in their community that relate to social service needs as it comes to bear on their facilities. But it'd be interesting to explore that too. My memory here is that at Brownell they partner with the Howard Center, which is a major provider in Chittenden County, and Dana mentioned working with the healthcare institution down in Middlebury too. But anyway, that's just something I wanted to bring up because it pretty much comes up every board meeting we have up here, and I can only imagine, say, the Fletcher Free and Kellogg Hubbard and other libraries in larger towns and cities.
Thank you, Andy. Meg?
Yeah, I just wanted to point to the Mad River Library Consortium. I'm a resident of Moortown in the Mad River Valley. I was on the board when those conversations were in infancy stage. So I just want to also boost what Susan said. Consolidation is a very fraught word, but consortium building and resource sharing is particularly rich and generative. And each of the Valley libraries have maintained their distinct personalities, their own buildings, their own library directors, their own board of trustees. And so it's really more than anything a behind the scenes sharing of resources, whether that's programming dollars, whether that's actual physical books. It's more something for the librarians to lean on for support and an expansion of what each of these small town libraries can offer, as opposed to something that feels restrictive. So I would urge, maybe we could invite those librarians into one of our testimony meetings or a separate meeting, or when that conversation comes up, because I think from my observation and being a resident and taxpayer and user of the libraries, it's been a benefit.
I put my own hand up to make sure that I got to say something too. I noticed a couple of things that were really interesting to me, picking up on that theme of the need for access to social services, and because we're an open space, because public libraries and academic libraries too are such an open space to the communities that they serve, that having access to a social worker or someone in the community who can connect people with those resources can be important. I just wanted to mention there are a couple of mechanisms that I've seen that have been successful, and one is doing work orders with other city departments. That was how San Francisco really managed it. And another thing that I think could potentially work okay is something that I saw the Department of Labor doing recently when I was visiting libraries in the Northeast Kingdom. They just kind of once a week, they all go out of their office and they show up at the library from the Department of Labor, and they sit down and have open office hours. So that kind of partnership between departments in the state or local service providers can be really fruitful from what I understand. I'm also just kind of noticing a need for clarity of roles, clarity of the board role, clarity of the Vermont Library Association role, clarity of the Vermont School Library Association role, clarity of the Vermont Department of Libraries role. We know we need something and we're all looking for somebody to help us with it. And sometimes we may not be looking in exactly the right place to get what we need. So I think some clarity for folks about who can help us and in what way would really go a long way. A couple of other notes I had is that I think the complexity of the libraries, even just trying to understand what type of public library is this? Is this a municipal library, an incorporated library? I think this gesture was made at one point during the meeting where it's like, oh, it's a little bit of everything. It's very complicated. And so the answers to some of the questions really vary quite a bit. And it can make it tough to really nail down the best answer. I don't want to lose the idea of a job audit. That seemed really interesting, so I'm just mentioning it again here. And one thing that really struck me when we start talking about different towns and what they do and what the per capita spending is, I think we also need to factor in what's the town's overall revenue. What is their tax base? How could they possibly give more? Could they not? What are some of those things? Because we tend to look at it sort of just like this is library service, and we don't always put those other numbers that inform it next to how much the per capita spending is. So that's something just to think about, that we have some data pieces that we might need more info. So many hands are up now, so I'm not even sure whose hand is next again, because I was talking. I'm hoping somebody else paid attention and done a terrible job. This is why you're supposed to have somebody who's the stack take, what is it called? Stack keeper or something? Okay, I haven't heard from, we'll do Wendy, Jeanette, Christopher, Susan. If you are really upset, I'm sorry, Wendy.
Okay, I wanted to go back to the idea of consortiums and collections of libraries and say that Vermont already has some, and it would be a shame to start from scratch when we have some experts already in the state, and we can get someone from those consortiums to tell us how it's working, how it's not working. It might be beneficial to us all.
Oh, I think you're muted, Kathy.
No wonder. You guys are all like, what's she doing? Jeanette, it's your turn. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, just jumping on to something that you had mentioned, and what is the tax base? And, comparing an itty bitty town with basically no commerce to a larger town with, a tax base, is some sort of statewide equalization. I mean, this has been done in the schools, and a similar type of thing which would give everybody in Vermont more of an equal playing field in potential library services, if that could be equalized around the state.
Thanks, Jeanette. Christopher and then Susan.
Again, this is maybe a simplistic comment that has already been taken care of in other places, but I do wonder if we should be looking at models like the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, for example, that provide a fair amount of capacity building and training services for new select boards or city council members. Could there be something similar provided to governing board members of libraries? We also have in our own system at the councils a manual to board service that's provided by the National Endowment for the Humanities, and I wonder if that might be useful to board members as well. I did hear that a number of times, and I've heard that a lot out in the world, that board members don't understand their role in governing libraries, and providing some baseline consistent information to new board members across the state might be really helpful.
I'm going to jump in right before you, Susan, just because I want to share some information with Christopher. So we do here at the Vermont Department of Libraries have kind of learning opportunities for trustees and board members that are specific to the library environment. We do not have any requirement that they partake, that new board members or new trustees partake of those opportunities. So there could be an awareness issue, or there could be that things don't line up for them exactly, but there is a component of our work that supports folks in those trustee and board member roles, but certainly can look at what supports they need. So let's see, Susan, you are next.
Okay, well, just to add a little bit to that as well, the state minimum standards did require that board members participate in some sort of professional development opportunities. Not that we have to be following state standards now, but that's something, like, I put that in front of my board members every year or two, just as a reminder, here are things we should be thinking about. And hopefully in the future we'll have state standards that we're required to be following again. But that was a helpful piece, certainly in our library. But what I raised my hand to talk about was to add just a little bit to the idea of the of social services. I think in small libraries, quite oftentimes it's pretty easy to think, oh, well, that's not really an us problem. Not that we're not dealing with those things. I deal with homeless patrons, even here in tiny little Craftsbury. We have those same, mental health issues on a smaller scale, but a lot of what we've been doing since the pandemic is just providing that social safety net, those people that don't talk to anyone anymore, but they do come to the library. And I've specifically told my staff, that's part of our job now. And there's a list of 5 people that I say, when they come in, our job is to talk or to listen. That's all that our job is now, because that's the most important thing that we can do. That was sort of true before the pandemic, but since the pandemic, that's way more true. It's social services on a perhaps more informal scale, but it's still a really important part of what's happening, and a little bit different perhaps for smaller rural libraries. I'm not sure.
Something that really, thinking back on our day, it seems like Josh's presentation was, I don't know, 5 hours ago or something. So I'm just thinking back to some of the challenges of parsing data. And I heard a couple of folks refer, I'm just gonna share something with you. So I think we've heard today a couple of times that there was a salary survey that the department did, and Department of Libraries did, that put out. That survey has really a lot of different sounds coming out of it, and it's very difficult with the survey of that size to figure out what, and with that variability, some one library buildings, some with one library director as a volunteer, some with 18 staff members and 3 floors. And it's our team's capacity to parse that data. I would say is extraordinarily stretched. And in looking through the data with a data analyst, just one that I had access to, it just was like, look at these questions, like not even looking at the responses, just look at these questions. We have so many things we want to know. The community has so many things we want to know. I would love to see the working group use some of the funding we have to identify if this staffing survey is something that the group wants to do. I kept hearing about it today, including from members of the working group who provided testimony. I would really recommend that we work with a consultant to develop a survey together in an open meeting that is going to get to what we need to know and have questions that yield statistically significant, actionable items that we can support. We can feel confident standing in front of legislators and saying, this is a real data point, not, oh, I hope I did the math right. I don't want to put out a report that isn't of the highest quality that the working group can really stand behind. So I want to share with you my suggestion that we start fresh in the working group and dedicate time to working with a consultant on. I get the sense this is something people want. All through the day, I kept hearing about how we don't have that number. And that's my recommendation as the state librarian. I don't feel comfortable issuing a report with the survey tool we had, with the number of responses we had, with the fact that it's opt-in, with the variance in some of these questions that people got to choose if they answered each question or not. So every single question has its own t-test you have to do. It's just really, I don't think that without a data scientist in our team working on this really specifically and working with the working group, we're going to get what we need out of that tool. So I'm going to I put that out there. I feel a little nervous saying it because I know people were kind of like, it's coming, but I need to be honest with you and share kind of my reaction because it was sort of in flight before I arrived, you know. Kelly, I think you're muted. So there you go.
I'm trying to turn my camera on, so there we go. Can I make a motion that we do that?
We have actions. Do we have actions related to surveys? We have an action of discussion. Oh boy. Okay. Is there any procedural expert around? Well, let me suggest this. Perhaps with a general consensus, I can go and get some information on some of the options available to us, and we can put it on the agenda to discuss those at our next meeting.
There we go.
Does that sound okay? I don't think we need to have a motion for me to go forth and do some feeling around. And I've reached out to some folks who we usually work with in the Department of Libraries who might be able to help us. And I'm thinking this in the future, we can put on the agenda for that topic that we would have a possible action item of dedicating whatever the resources are to the survey. But I also want to check what other surveys you might want, because I think if we're going to do this and engage a consultant, we might want to just work with them on a couple of things if we have the resources to do that. I think Susan was patiently waiting that whole time. Thank you, Susan. And then Wendy after Susan.
I just put my hand up, but it's a quick one. I just wanted to say we did have the old VLA survey, so maybe we don't need to reinvent the wheel. That provided what I need at this point. So it might be something that we could just go back to what we had before and do it again.
Do you know who worked on that and if they have the questions and if, like, I've seen the report, but I found it, I think somebody shared it with me. I couldn't even find it online right now. It was some dead links to it.
I can find out. I'm thinking maybe Sharon McCaffrey when she was at the Athenaeum, but I'm not sure about that. So I can follow up and get that information to you, I think.
Okay, thank you. Wendy?
Yeah, I think we spoke about it maybe at the last meeting, but we were talking about maybe doing a survey for the public, because it's part of our job is to talk to the public and find out how they're doing.
Absolutely. And I'm concerned that even with our best intentions, to do something here, I don't know how we're going to get the word out about the survey. So part of what a consultant could potentially help us do is develop the questions based on what we want to know, get the word out, get the survey done, have the survey housed in an appropriate survey platform so that people's answers are confidential in a way that I don't feel super confident about with the Google surveys and the things of that nature. And then interpret the data, and then they come forward with a report to us, and then we can include that in our report. So, so far I'm hearing staffing and the public engagement piece that we want to do.
And Kathy, I was wondering if that could be something the school librarians, if we had a paid consultant, would be able to, might be able to look at the survey that we've developed over the course of 2 years and haven't yet implemented. And we've got quite a extensive draft doing an audit of our school librarians on a whole number of different topics. Same thing, we're just not sure how to deploy it, when to deploy it, what the best timing is, what to do with the data. And this seems like this might be a great segue, and certainly none of us are data experts either.
Okay.
Of course, the other part of that is if we do a survey, then how do we get it back in time to put it into the report? Because surveys take a while to cycle through.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And the other thing to bear in mind too is we have to be mindful of the public process of it all. I was thinking about it too, like this working group, I think we're all aware there's like the $12,000, and that can be used for the stipends for people. So by the way, please if you get reimbursed, please get that to me and Jesse. That would be helpful for us if you're eligible for that, for this meeting. That was just housekeeping in there, but that money, it's also the case that the 12,000 could be used for something like working with a consultant on X number of surveys, depending on what the costs come back with as. It's also, I'm pretty confident that the Department of Libraries could foot the bill for the stipends so that we have access to more of the money. There are some things like, to be honest, I feel that the salary survey is clearly in the realm of the working group and is kind of bordering on the advocacy more than I'd like to, personally, as the state librarian for the Department of Libraries. I would feel very much more comfortable with the stipends for you all coming out of library money and the salary survey being working group money, for example. Because it's clear that we have the authority in the working group to study this aspect, because it's listed as one of the things we can study. Whether library staff compensation and benefits are sufficient. How else would we know? So the working group, that makes sense versus thinking, remember I was talking before about the lack of clarity. I've just been trying to get some clarity myself. I also think if people were willing to come to more meetings, we could, from the Department of Libraries, add more special meetings or increase from 12. I don't think there's anything that limits us to 12. The 12 that we have looked at is really how many times you can be paid from that money, from the $12,000. I think, I'm pretty sure that's the case. So if it took more, if we did some meetings with a survey consultant to develop a survey in addition to the normal meetings, because we need to your point, Wendy, to speed up the process, we could have a subcommittee form and work with a survey consultant. Or the whole group, whichever. And if I'm able to get kind of quotes or a feel for what the quotes might be like from folks quickly, we don't necessarily need to wait 2 months to discuss this again. We could do a short special meeting. We would need a quorum there to authorize spending any money of the working group, I think. I'm seeing if anybody's not looking but is listening, there are lots of people nodding, and I even saw a thumbs up. So I think we're on a good track. Kelly, take it away.
Could we just set something now that said that if the person, you know, fell within this amount of money, that we would authorize that so that we didn't have to have another vote?
I think we would be safer to have another vote at a different day, because the way, really because of I didn't anticipate that when building the agenda. And the agenda says that the action is a discussion, which is almost not, it's just a discussion topic.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
usually I think we have to put the possible action of voting on authorizing funding for the survey. But I'm hearing an urgency about it, so let me see what I can find and how quickly. I have a meeting with someone. I just took the liberty of setting up a meeting next week with someone that we've worked with in the past in the Department of Libraries. So we'll see if they can help us. Okay. So let's see. So we've talked about sort of the big picture of staffing and what we heard today, and we've been talking about surveys. Let's go back to staffing a little bit and see at this point, because I just want to make sure we get things in the minutes as we go along. At this point, do you all feel like there are things that we should be looking at more closely to make recommendations? I mean, we've got that whole big mega list that we just went through. Something we could do is assign follow-up, because this is an action. So we could assign a summary document task to a person or persons in the group. On that topic of summary documents, I've been working on a summary document, and I can share it with you if you'd like to see my screen. Do you want to see? This is like picking it back to programming. I wasn't even the state librarian at the time of programming, but I went all the way back and I just like tried my best to create some sort of a draft. I've been working on it off and on all week, and it wasn't in good enough shape to post anywhere. And I have to go back and verify the quotes are really the quotes, because some of them might have been paraphrases from the meeting notes. But let me share my screen, because this might be helpful even as like a format. So this was from the November 12th meeting on programming. And what I did was just go through, and Andy, kind of like you, clump things. So I made these like sort of general takeaways with quotes from people, because I thought our report we might want to include quotes from the community. Some of the people with longer testimony got longer quotes, to be honest. Mary Danko had a lot of testimony and some really good quotes. There was a really nice breakdown that I think Dana had come up with, Dana Hart from Ilsley, about the digital programming, the outdoor passive programming, the take and make, and kind of pros and cons, which I just wanted to capture here. This was an area that I feel like we need more research on, like how much time does it take to support programming? It seemed like a couple people mentioned it, and I know from my work in public libraries, my God, that's like the biggest place you spend your time, is planning your programs. The funding for programming, not just the amount, but who provides the funding varied a lot. And then during the testimony and both written and oral, I just kept finding sort of best practices, things that people were doing. What I'd like to do is to take this and clean it up a little bit, make sure that the quotes are truly quotes and not paraphrases. There were also some impacts of COVID-19. That's something we were supposed to be looking at in the working group. A whole bunch, we could do a programming survey. I'm reminded now, we could do a programming survey. We haven't yet given the working group a statistical overview on programming, but we could pull something like that together, working with consultants and Jeanette's team and Josh. So I guess the question is should this be refined further before it becomes more of a template? Is this okay-ish? If I clean it up and verify stuff, should I bring it back? And what we could theoretically do is vote on, we'll accept this summary. And then we can move forward and make other summaries similar. I'm going to stop sharing so I can see more of your faces. So what do you all think about that notion? And Andy, I think everybody voted that you and I would email about these things, because I know you've got a lot of very similar things to this out there. So I may not have to go quite so crazy with the next one of doing it by myself.
Do you see that as making up most of the report when when we come down to the wire?
I think when we get to the point where we're like sitting here trying to make a report collaboratively, that it would be helpful to have summaries of what we've found with quotes from people, because I think it's going to be hard to write it otherwise. And I think we're going to need to assign writing pieces to people.
No, Kathy, I really appreciate that. And I think the quotes allow us to tell a story, right? And that's what's going to capture the legislators' attention and the public's attention, is the stories that are emerging from all of this testimony. And it's compelling. I love how you categorized it. I really do appreciate the work that you put into that. Helps me out. And possibly maybe at one of our last meetings we could meet in person. I know sometimes I just need to see things on big pieces of white paper and lots of sticky, and I need to make concentric circles and think about where are the overlaps, because those are often places of power, of where things are. We might not have seen something as really connecting and being interconnected quite so visibly, and that could be a real powerful advocacy point. But I appreciate the work. It really is very, very helpful.
Thank you, Meg. I really appreciate that. I kind of freaked out on, is it last Sunday? Trying to remember when it was. I sort of panicked. I was like, I haven't done anything. And I just spent the whole day in the heat on my couch being like, copy, paste, watch a little video, copy, paste. I was down the rabbit hole. So I'm glad it was for the benefit of the group. So that's great. I think too, when we try to get testimony in front of, like, if we're given the opportunity for testimony in front of the Senate Education Committee, we'll know who to call on. I mean, we'll know who said what and who to make sure we get in the room, and that'll help us with that piece, which is kind of more advocacy, but yeah. That'll just help get it in our head, like, we heard these great things. And if somebody can't join us because it's hard to get to Montpelier, or maybe it won't be online, I don't even know by then, we can quote people in what we share. Okay, so I'll work on cleaning this up and getting a document draft posted to the website that you all can review. And there may be things that you heard that aren't in here that you think were really important, and that would be great too. Okay. Oh, Susan had to go. She's got to go make Ethiopian coffee, right? Who else is going to go to Craftsberry now? Because I'm headed to the Northeast Kingdom for the weekend. So Craftsberry is on my way. I might have to stop by, get some coffee. Let's see. Did anybody want to?
Coffee, Kathy.
So I guess looking at this, does anybody want to take on the topic of staffing and try to make something similar while it's fresh in your memory? Or do you want to try to be consistent and keep the Kathy and Andy, you're being totally strong-armed into this, the Kathy and Andy draft email crew on it? What do you think?
I think oh, Andy. I think
Yeah.
consistency is probably a better approach to this, even though the consistency will drift over time. It will be consistently drifted. So.
Okay. So are you, can
with
I
deep
count
enthusiasm.
on? Okay. So I'm
Yeah.
going to count on your help with it. So that I'm not alone.
I sent you an email. We can make a time to talk.
Great.
The only thing I ask is I've been working a lot lately, so I need to sort of slide into this.
I appreciate that. It's still like 100 degrees outside too. So everything seems more overwhelming at this moment. I'm hoping that by doing some of this tough work now, we're gonna save ourselves a headache later. That's part of my hope. Okay, well, it's 2:52. I think we've exhausted ourselves, but I want to just open it up for any last questions, comments, things you wanted to be sure we talked about. Our action items for today are really, I want you all to think about what you heard. I want to make sure to get this in the record too. We got testimony from people who did written only testimony. Abby Adams from Platt Memorial Library in Shoreham, Eileen Gaddy from the Elliott D. Pratt Library at Goddard College, Bob Jolie from the St. Johnsbury Athenaeum, Almy Landauer from the Fletcher Free Library and South Burlington Library. I'm confused where Almy is right now, but somewhere in Chittenden County. Peter Langella from CVU in Heinsberg, and Maya Newroot from Rochester Public Library. Please make sure to look at the written testimony and really highlight anything that really struck you. And why don't you email just me with your thoughts on the written testimony, and I'll work to get kind of a summary of that in here too. That would be helpful to me. Everybody doesn't have to do that, but if a few of you do that, it will be helpful. Because I don't want it to be just what struck me and Andy. We need to get you all engaged in that too. Okay. I appreciate you so much. I can't even tell you. You're the best working group ever. Thank you for your dedication. You rock. Thank you. This has been quite a long meeting, and we're still smiling, so that's good, right?
All right, happy Friday, everyone. Enjoy your weekends.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.